Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, it's Tuesday. And I'm making some money. Look at that. Look at this. Let me add an arrow just make it a little bit more exciting. Yep, that's my P&L. That's my P&L. Straight up. Looking good. Unfortunately, all right, should be back. I'm not really sure what happened there. Did I make too much money? Did the Bank of Japan call me and say, yes. Right. Try freeze test. Am I frozen? No. Should have the Frozen song as a sound. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! I don't really, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I can, I shut down. I'm gonna shut down a live stream. I quit my job at the 5ers because I am making so much money on this trade that I will afford to buy several coffees at $160. Can you smell it? Can you smell it? Smells money. Unfortunately, now every single dollar is digitalized. Nobody has cash anymore. It just smells like burned electricity. That's what it smells like. Right, hope you're doing good, everyone. Hope you're doing good. Welcome to the live stream. Apologize for the interruption. Actually, no, I don't apologize. It is what it is. It's a live stream. We're live. Things happen, and making too much money to care, guys. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Right. So today I went long on USD JPY. I'm not gonna tell you about the other things I went long on that hit my stop loss because we only focus on the winners, right? So what we have here on USD JPY is we have a trend line. We have price breaking above line. We then have price testing the break, the trend line from the other direction. All right. Monitor says, Jonatan, did you pass the challenge with this USD JPY trade? No, I not sure what challenge you're talking about. I've passed many challenges. I've also failed way more challenges. But what I did do last week was I did pass my I did scale my 40K hypergrowth, and I'm now trading my 80K hypergrowth. I'm not risking a lot of money because I got 3K in there. I got 3K waiting to be withdrawn. So I'm taking it very easy, not to make sure that I don't go all on tilt and give back all the profits before I can withdraw it. And I need to wait. I got 11 days left before I can initiate that withdrawal. So I got 11 days to either make more money or is lose slightly less. So I'm looking for trades that have above 2R. Preferably, I want to find trades that have, closer to 3R. This trade has, excuse me, too much coffee this morning. This trade has 2.75, 2.74. I think I entered that market exactly 2.6, something like that. I risk 0.25% on that account. 0.25% on that account is $200. So I'm risking $200 to make. You can't see it, but I have a calculator because I'm taking 200. Then I'm multiplying that point with 2.6 because I am somewhat of a mad genius. $520. I'm going to make $520. I'm currently down on this account. I'm down 267. So at least I'll be in profit, which means I have made back the losses that I took on trades yesterday. One of those trades was on AUD USD. I closed this one at entry. I got to thank LJ for that loss because LJ did send me a signal on WhatsApp, said high conviction trade on AUD USD. All right on. Let's take the trade. Lost money. Now he owes me. Then I went long on GBP CAD. I'm gonna break down a failed setup because I think show me you guys why making mistakes is I think it's very important to show the losing trades because we learn quite a lot from understanding our losses. What I'm going to do now on USD JPY is price have obviously ran quite a lot. And I want to, before we go into the failed trade that I had on GBP CAD, I want to think about securing this position. So what I do in a case like this, I try to make sure that I don't move stops to entry because of the fear of giving back unrealized profit and loss. Basically, because of the I want to make sure that I'm making the decisions I'm making based on correct trading processes instead of basing them on emotions. So if I move my stops to entry, that means I will get out of the trade here. Will not lose anything. Won't lose any money, but I might have lost a good opportunity. So if price comes down to entry, does it negate the risk of this trade? I mean, or does it invalidate this trade? Trade is based on break above the trend line, and it's also based on the inflow of volume on the breakout. You can see volume was good volume on the breakout, decent volume on the bounce here as well. So volume is confirming this breakout. It was not a low volume breakout, and that is the trend. So we're basing the trade on the fact that you had the breakout, then a retest of the trend line, another move to the upside, and then a retest of those highs. So what happens if price comes back into entry? If price comes back into entry, it have invalidated the trend. And instead of having higher highs and higher lows, we create equal highs and equal lows and potentially start ranging and potentially breaking down. The overall idea was looking for a bounce here, not looking for a bounce and then move down. So with that logic, yes, I can move my stops up, but I don't want to move it into profit just yet. I can move my stops to entry or into profit when this high has been taken out, preferably when you have a move like this. And then when you have a new higher low, I can move my stops below that low, basically securing some profits. But at this point, I want to look at where should I move my stop loss now? What I'm thinking is below the reload zone or below the fibs here. That's where I am initially going to move my stops. So my new stop loss level will be 151 point, obviously put it below, so it's going to be 150. Oh, someone got a haircut. No? Yes? No? Oh, okay, you're just looking good. Probably just woke up like that. That's 150.994. What's up, LJ?
What's up? How we doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Going well, going well. Picked up my package. Did I hear before that you got stopped out on the Aussie trade? Did you
Nah,
not
I
close
closed it. I closed it at entry.
Okay. I
That was
got
a
out
pretty
at
shitty trade, man.
got out at 22.
I assume you got out of the profit then.
Yeah, big profit.
Nice.
Should have jumped out.
I
don't like holding it over rollover. Not the
No,
minute kind of stuff with Aussie.
Well, I did close it before. I did close it yesterday, but I should have closed it earlier. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. But so okay, so we broke out. We took out the highs here. So I'm just gonna move my stops here to this level for now, and then I'm gonna most likely move it a little bit higher. That's that one. That's UCJPY.
UJ. Yeah, right.
Yeah. I think we got some really cool. We got some really cool confluence here with fib levels. So what I like to do is when you have a big move where you used to move down to the downside here. So we can look at this one fibs of this move. See the price comes down and it hits probably like the 50%, or at least gets close to the 0.618 here. And I think the especially this area, if there's going to be a deep retrace, I really like this area for good entries. And the same thing goes for targets to the upside. So if you enter in this area, then you want to put the fib of this down move to go long here to maybe not necessarily looking for a new high, because chances are that basically if you have a good risk to reward from this level up to the 50% or up here, you're better off taking that, because you have a good risk reward. Chances are much higher, obviously, that price is going to hit this level instead of breaking out, because if it's going to break out, that level is going to get hit first anyway. So the principle here is, if I go long if I'm going to trade into this down move, I add the fib, so the fib from the high and the fib to the low, then I try to see, okay, is there any confluence with the mid zone here? And I kind of think there's some confluence here. You have, for example, that wick hits that midpoint nicely, and then you have kind of like consolidation up here. And then another thing that's pretty cool is when you find confluences between that bigger fib and a smaller fib. So if we go into the lower time frames here, if we add the fib of this one, that low to that high, and then I have a template here which is called RLZ to RLZ, which is basically just this area at the bottom, and then that same area is extended to the upside. So if you look above here, you're going to have that area right up here. And what's cool is when you get this low time frame short reload zone, or the extension reload zone, right where you have that middle zone of the bigger one. That's nice confluence here. So now that we have that breakout, I'm gonna move my stops to entry on this one, and I'm just gonna let it run. Because one thing that I believe is very important with, oh shit, I don't know what I'm dragging here. Is that the stop loss? Yep. You know when you just accidentally start dragging a line on MetaTrader and you're not sure it's a stop loss with the TP?
Yeah.
That's a stop loss. Okay, so we're gonna move this slightly into profit. So what I believe is the risk to reward ratio is we talk about this a lot. I mean, the relationship between win rate and risk to reward, and how a lot of times I trade price and not necessarily risk to reward. But if you look at it from just a purely statistical point of view, and let's say you have a very simple edge, just a very small edge, but you only take the trades where that edge is visible and you have a very high risk reward. Statistically, you over large enough sample size, you can have a very low win rate, but still make a sizable amount of money if you risk small enough and look for high risk to reward trades. And I believe anything that is above 2, preferably 3 or more, is significantly going to enable you to have a much lower win rate, and will be profitable with a very small edge in the markets. I think what a lot of people do, they have a small edge and then they look for high risk reward trades, but they're not going to see it through. They're not going to have that TP hit. They're going to exit too early. And then what you do is you have a whole different statistics, because if you take this particular setup, which is a very commonly traded setup, right? This is, I think everyone watching this would understand what I'm doing here. So I can kind of walk you guys through the like one of the most simplest ideas in trading, which is a trend line breakout. So there's a few things here with USDJPY that enables me to take this setup, not only because of the trend line breakout, but you have a daily retest of a significant daily level, and then you see you have that pin bar on the daily. So what this is telling me is that from a technical point of view, we're hitting demand. We're hitting an area on the chart where there is interest from the buyers, and you can see the wick on the daily. You can see a good historical support level, high time frame support. So that just that those candles and the area where the candles were printed gives me a bullish bias. And then looking at the daily, you have that breakout above that trend line. So if you have that high time frame bullish bias and you're just getting a breakout above the trend line, you can just buy that. Like that in of itself is an edge. And then if you find high enough risk to reward setups with that edge, and it doesn't matter if some of the trades go back down to entry to stop you out. What matters is that some of the trades are winners, and that you have enough winners to pay for the losers, basically. And if you have enough high risk reward winners and a small amount of smaller losses, chances are that eventually you'll see your equity curve go to the upside. It's just a numbers game, you know. It's just a game of statistics and probabilities and the law of big numbers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You can work it out with like implied probability of like a 3-to-1 trade. Basically, you should have roughly 33% success rate of the trades, right? To be flat.
Yeah.
So if you got more than that, that's your edge. There you go. Simple.
Yep. Did you say 1 to 3 risk reward and 33% win rate?
Yeah, that would be the implied probability of like an outcome.
Yeah.
Right. If you view it as far as odds wise, now the differential part is the implied probability of the trade itself actually occurring, which is a second derivative of that.
Yeah, I mean that's where the backtesting
That's when you
comes
start
in.
confusing people. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's where the backtesting comes in. So you have, I think, what you need to do is you need to backtest your system, get the statistics of the system, and then obviously with that backtesting also there's so many different things you have to think about when backtesting. But I think one of the most important thing to test is first test the entry criteria. So
Yeah.
first test the entry criteria, see if your entry criteria is actually giving you some type of edge, and then look at the how far away price moves in your favor after getting the entry trigger, and then how far it moves against you on average after getting the entry trigger. So you can play around with what is the most probable take profit area that gets hit most of the time, and then does that give you a high enough risk to reward to function with the overall win rate of the system. And then try, okay, so what if I increase the take profit to 3R? It will reduce the win rate, but the higher risk reward might actually pay for that reduction in win rate. And I think that's where kind of like your confidence in trading comes from as well. You see the entry trigger that you're looking for, and then you know that, okay, let's say there's a 25% chance that it's going to hit 6R, which means you have a 75% chance of losing this trade. So this trade most likely is going to be a losing trade. So you enter a trade with the knowledge of this is going to be a losing trade. But if it's not a losing trade, it will propel the equity curve higher and pay for all the previous losses and then some. Now, obviously, you kind of want to look at win rates that are higher than 25%. But I know a lot of breakout traders that have like 20% win rate, and they just enter a trade and then they'll let it run, and they sometimes can get insanely huge winners where, like, a couple of times a year they have a runner that is like several hundreds of pips with just a stop loss right below the breakout area, because a lot of times you have breakouts that never get retested. So you have a breakout and then it runs 500 pips, and you have like a 20 pip stop loss. You only need a couple of trades like that, and you're good, which is difficult, of course, on a funded account on a prop firm. I think most of those traders are old school traders.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely. So yeah, you can convert the if you use an implied probability calculator, you can convert. Or first of all, you should start with the strategy, I guess. Right. Find out the success of that strategy. Right. So what the strike rate is. Then you got to convert the risk reward. You can do that using a implied probability calculator. So, for instance, if it's 50% strike rate for the strategy, a 3-to-1 would be 33% expected outcome, right? So then, so long as your success of the strategy is more than that 3-to-1 probability, so that 33%, that's where you make the edge, right there. So
yeah, and finding edge is not difficult. It's trading the edge. It's like converting the edge into alpha. That's the difficult part, because I can show you edge. I can show you edge. You got support, you got resistance.
exactly, yeah.
Price hits support, you buy, you sell resistance. That's your edge. There you can create an edge around that. It doesn't have to be very complicated. But then you have to buy here and actually wait for price to hit that area before selling. You can't buy here and then sell here. And then you buy here and it hits your stop loss. And then you buy here and you sell here again. You have a negative risk reward all of a sudden. You plan to have a 4R, but you have a negative risk reward on average because you're exiting too early. So you're executing your edge, but you're not going through with the trade idea. And I think that's one of the most difficult things in trading. We have two questions here. I think we can first cover this one because it's a simple one. Do we use the commitment of traders report? I've tried to use the commitment of traders report. It's part of my CMT study as well to understand how to use it, but I have not been able to integrate it into the way I trade. For me, I feel it's much easier to. Simple question is no, I don't use it. Do you use it?
Yeah, it's better for like larger sort of macro shifts when you get like a large transition in the market, say from central banks, or like a shift in rates or some kind of geopolitical or trade tensions. Using it sort of week to week is a bit more difficult, obviously, because the data is slightly lagged. And generally, you kind of already know the direction by that standpoint. You're probably going to get better quality data or insights from watching like options data. I occasionally check in on the COT data just to see, particularly for the commercials aspect. So non-institutional players, particularly around commodities and that sort of thing, that can help. But yeah, and as far as that, like whales rinsing retail trades, like retail just isn't.
What does that mean?
It's like, just not a big enough part of currencies of FX. It's
but I think
minor, so nothing. Like our liquidity doesn't do anything. They can fill a fraction of an order.
So we have to. Comments like this sounds nice, sounds good, but a comment like this needs to be explained. The principles and the technicals behind something like this needs to be explained. So, for example, let's assume that you have thousands of retail traders trading evaluation accounts. It's not even capital in the money. So you have like it's not even money in the markets. It's not even it's demo accounts. It's not even nothing's happening, right? And then I don't mean it depends if you're A booked or B booked before, but let's look at we got 1,000 people on their own accounts. Like, do you understand how large accounts those retail traders has to be? At that point, they're no longer retail traders. They're most likely in the realm of huge professional traders or even institutional traders to even be able to have that capital, because you're implying that the whales are creating a flush, a spike of volatility, so the price goes into an area where there's a lot of orders, and with those orders the whales can then fill their orders. So for example, this is an area where we have, so for example, if USD goes down here, we have an area where there's a lot of what's called untapped liquidity or manipulation down into this area, and that manipulation will take out all the stop losses of the retail traders so that volume can fuel the buys for the bigger players. But the retail traders' money in this area is not enough to fill all of the orders that the institutions are looking to get filled, and it's not enough capital and volume to propel price higher. So believe that yes, this is an area where there is liquidity. Yes, this is an area where there are stop losses, but the reason for price to go down there is not because of manipulation. to move the price of Euro USD, if you're watching this right now, go to Google how much do you need in terms of capital to move Euro USD with 1 pip, and then try to figure out how much money is it in the retail space, not total, like for that specific time in the retail space in the Forex market. And we're only talking about people with their private capital. How much money is it actually in the retail space for Euro USD, excluding institutions, central banks, governments, all of that? Is it even enough to move Euro USD a couple of pips to the upside or the downside? Think about that. And it's very easy to understand that no, it's not. Retail traders are not moving the markets in the Forex market. We are just following what the bigger players are doing. And a lot of times, the movements that we're getting intraday in the Forex market, that's because if I'm, for example, if I'm going to pay an invoice, I have my local currency in Swedish krone, and I'm going to send a payment to USD. That's an automatic Forex conversion, and that's happening at a huge scale every single second across the world, and central banks and governments and big institutions and big corporations are doing that every time, and it's huge amount of money. So on an intraday basis in the Forex market, that's what we call the noise. That's the noise, right? That's why we call like scalpers and intraday traders, they're more along the lines of being noise traders, because they're trading the intraday fluctuations created by the corporate nature of the Forex market.
The actual just normal functioning of the market. Some people are buying the currency, some people are selling, because you got someone in the US which needs to buy it, someone in Australia needs to buy the US dollar, right? And they're both doing it at the same time, back and forth, because one is incorporated in the US, one is in Australia. They want to bring profits or either send money over there for further business development, all that kind of thing. Retail traders net long when whales step in. That's whales don't step in. They don't. Okay, it's this meme is perfectly what it is, right? It's this is retail traders. This is institutions. I don't think about you at all, right?
What's up, Ashleigh?
It's just way too small.
I think you're muted.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, the day job took over, so I'm a little bit late.
That's all right.
No worries. I think this move that we're getting here on USDJPY, this is interesting, because now this is not ordinary transactions. This is not just company paying invoices, because now this is a political news-driven move. We have a new prime minister. I don't think she's confirmed, but most likely, right, she's going to become the new prime minister of Japan, which obviously short term, this is what we're getting because of that, I think, most likely. But then so that's then going to be order flow across central banks and positioning and institution positioning for what they think might happen in the short term, then, because of her becoming prime minister. So here we have, and this is not retail trade. It's not like your average person is just oh, okay, let's buy $1,000 worth of USDJPY. I mean, it's not gonna move the price, at all. But if someone goes in and says, okay, we're gonna reposition, we're gonna be buying USDJPY, we're gonna reposition $2 billion worth of USD. Now we're talking, if we have that, and then we have several institutions doing the same thing, and central banks actually changing their balance sheets because of something like this, that is what drives the market.
Yeah, and so as far as that, retail traders will never win against, but you're not trying to win against them. You're not trying to beat them. That's the wrong way to think about the market. You're trying to ride the coattails of the big players. So if you want some actual data and literature to go read, this is one from an older study that the Bank of International Settlements did. I believe they did another one in 2021. But yeah, like FX traders make up 3.5 to 3.8% of total trading volume in most areas. It's basically only in Japan where they've made up a larger portion, right? So in the total sea of FX trading daily, like, it's literally nothing. That would do absolutely nothing for institutions.
I think also you I mean, you want to view yourself, as a retail trader. You want to look at what you're doing. Like you said, follow the money, or just follow the trend, or follow price, or follow the moves. But I think there's another way of looking at it, and a way that is better for a retail trader, because if you think instead within the realms of probabilities and statistics, and you forget about the stories, like all these stories that you tell yourself, why price is moving, and how you have to follow the big players, and you have to follow the institutions, and for this and that reason. That's, you're telling yourself a story, right? But if you instead take a step back and look at this as if you're owning a casino, you're a casino owner, and you have several games, right? And you know the idea that the house always wins, and the reason why the house always wins is because they have, they win in terms of win rate for the casino. They have like 50.1% win rate, right? But there's so many games played in the casino. There's, after thousands of games, they're going to have a very, very small edge. But because of the money being betted, and the money being lost in the casino, they make a lot of money on that small edge. And if you view the markets as if you are not in a casino, but you're owning the casino, and you're playing the game in terms of this being a numbers game, where you have a tiny edge, and it doesn't matter about the edge, institutions and the central banks and the whales or whatever. You just look at this as purely a game of probabilities, and apply the law of big numbers. It's going to be much easier for you to look at the markets from a more balanced, unbiased perspective. Because I see a lot of strategies out there, especially ICT. Now I'm not gonna start ranting on ICT. I mean, we have traders and hosts here on the live stream that trades ICT, and they're very successful doing so. But they're using terms like manipulation, and that is simply not true. I mean, price is not being manipulated to take out your stop, because you're not even trading on a real account. It doesn't matter. Your stops is not liquidity. So the term manipulation creates a story, and it helps retail traders to blame manipulation, to blame the institutions, to blame the central bank, because you got manipulated out of a trade that should have been a winner. No, it's not about that. It's about you risked probably too much, and you exited the trade earlier than you should have, and you're now screwing up your long-term statistics because you're not thinking about long-term probabilities and statistics. So forget about all the weights, forget about all the institutions. I mean, you and me, LJ, we talk about macro, like fundamental analysis on Mondays, and that's kind of like, that's nothing to do with short-term trading. Like, it has nothing to do with the intraday setups that we're watching. Like, long term, I mean, we've talked about this in this morning. USD JPY should be like 20% lower, but I'm going long,
Yeah, exactly. And so why this is opposite is basically just because institutions are professionals and retail traders are retail traders. So it's not because they're buying up your liquidity and trying to trade against you. Like, you're so small that it doesn't matter. It's just that most retail traders aren't that good at trading. So hence
97% lose money.
It tends to be a contrarian signal, just because the other people are just not very good at it.
And also, when it comes to the commitment traders report, it's released on Friday, but it's based on Tuesday's numbers. So if you're trading based on the commitment traders on an intraday basis, like, you are trading insanely lagged data, because if the data is getting out on Friday, you might be trading that on Monday and Tuesday. But on Tuesday, there's completely new data that you will see on Friday. So
if you got long-term swing holds or something, or you're buying equities that you're going to hold over months, and you got to consider currency risk with that, then it's useful. If you're trading like day to day, week to week, it's not quite as helpful. And as manipulation, buying up clients' orders, that kind of stuff in the FX market just doesn't happen, doesn't exist. You're way too small. That can happen in some very small, low volume stocks, right? That have very small market cap. And then hence, obviously, you can push the price very easily. And then that's completely different, because then as well, you have actual data of the transactions on an exchange. The other thing with the FX market, even other players, bank to bank, etc., don't have a clear picture of where other people are positioned. It's also the same reason why there's far fewer algos that run through FX markets than in the stock market. So FX is like 35.
I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but can you say that again? Like, why the algo? Why is there more in FX than compared to stocks?
So for an algo to run properly, it needs data. It needs stuff to actually work with, stuff to actually calculate things on. When you run through a stock market, you have an actual exchange. That means all of that data is right there on the exchange and can be extrapolated and fed into the models. So then they can make proper and clear decisions. So you see upwards of 70% of all stock market trades are now through algos. A lot of that's high frequency trading, brokers, liquidity providers, that kind of stuff, filling the other side. In FX, it's 30%. It's now seems to be rising to about 37 since AI has come through and assisted a lot of that. But the problem is it's a big black box. So there's no way you can get the order flow data properly from all the participants in the market. You'll only be able to get it from your prime broker. And then there's a bajillion prime brokers, which then have a prime of prime broker, right? And then so the liquidity, you only get a very, very, very small picture of what's actually there. You're not going to be able to see an order book or anything like that. That's why like level 2 pricing and that kind of thing is just a waste of time. It's
I thought about this. I was on my morning walk and do a lot of most of my creative work is done on that morning walk, and I get all of these ideas. Mostly, I think about different like technical problems that I'm having in trading, like technical analysis issues that I can see. And today I was thinking about volume and how if I pull up the volume chart here on Oanda, and there must have been someone who already done this, but this is the volume bars, tick volume on Oanda, which I'm charting on right now. And then I'm thinking I should be able to show the volume bars from the futures. So if there's a future contract for USD/JPY, I should be able to replace this volume bars with the futures one. But then I was thinking, well, what if that's possible? What if you look at you try to figure out like who are the biggest liquidity providers across the globe? Like make a list of the 10 or maybe even 50, biggest liquidity provider in the world, and try to take all of that data, all of the volume, and combine it into an average across all the liquidity providers, including the futures exchanges. Put it on the chart. I think that would be maybe not even necessary, but it would be a really cool exercise to try to do. The problem is though to get all of these liquidity providers to actually give you that volume. And not to pay, 100,000 for it,
And it's also mixed in. This is the other portion to remember the commercials in there, which make up a massive amount of trade volume. That's going to be mixed in with the speculative data, right? So where they're actually just purely performing a transaction. They don't care about the price. Typically, they're hedging out currency fluctuations. So that volume is going to get mixed in with it as well, which is kind of trash volume. Everyone that is investing in stocks is actually speculating and has an interest in the asset appreciating. So you'll get shifts and flows of volume into the FX market, which is just nonsense because it's just someone doing a commercial transaction because BMW has sold a bunch of cars in America and they need to bring the money back to Germany or through some other tax haven first to do their whatever stuff and then distribute it everywhere, etc. So that's not real directional trading volume at all. So that gets mixed in there also. And yeah, basically FX is not centralized. Stock market is. So how does that contradict retail traders copying the whales? I don't know what you mean there. Retail traders typically aren't good at copying whales.
They can't copy whales. Retail traders can't follow whales in the forex market. It's impossible because you can't see their orders. You don't know where, like you in the crypto market, you can look at on chain. You can actually look at on chain and see all the transactions, all the volume. Now there is of course, OTC and what is it, not black market, but dark pools and things like that, where they're kind of like not. But you can kind of see it in the chart in a different way. In the forex market, it is much more difficult to look at. The best way, in my opinion, is to look at price. You can kind of see. And it's not whales. It's not whales. It's central banks. It's like central banks, institutions, things like that. But you can see positioning on the charts, but it's not really confirmed until you have a breakout. A very almost like I guess a famous example. But I mean, Euro USD. Both of these lows are the picture perfect accumulation of what you want to see when there is. I guess this one is perfect. So you have a downtrend right here, and then you have volume declining, and then at the lows you have a spike in volume. You have higher volume throughout this period than that whole downtrend, and then you have a breakout. Now this to me shows there's positioning. First of all, there's enough money to get into Euro USD to change the dynamics of the supply and demand. Here you can clearly see that the supply took control over demand. So basically the sellers are taking control of the buyers. The sellers are in control. Here we're seeing equilibrium with a slight shift towards the buyers, and then you get increased volume on the low. So a bear market usually ends on low volume, but then you get at the lows, you start seeing a volume spike and increase in volume. Eventually, you get that breakout. So, in terms of being large, like smart money accumulation, is better watched, I believe, in price than it is volume in the forex market. If you look at the crypto market, you can combine volume with on-chain data, and then in the futures market, you can look at volume. And in the stock market, there's also going to be. I mean, it's centralized. You can actually in the stock market, you can see if there's big orders coming in regularly, maybe around the VWAP in the stock market. That means that most likely institutions are positioning within a certain stock around the VWAP because that's where they get the best fills, the least slippage, etc. So, in the forex market, I mean, here as well, you have good volume within this, and then you have that spike. So this obviously tells you that, okay, so price has had a major downtrend. Now there's enough money coming into the market for there to be some type of equilibrium between buyers and sellers. And if that happens at historic lows, most likely that equilibrium is created because of big money has entered the market from the buy side in this case.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's correct. The thing is to use all the bits and pieces. So like you can use stuff like this as well. So this is like options data. Look at 25 delta risk reversals. This is where actual speculators and stuff are putting their money as far as them trying to price in or out a risk of the market turning, and basically use that as hedging tools, right? So this is where people are perceiving the forward risk on one side or the other. And yeah, exactly like you're saying with the tools, it's just with any of the tools out there, whether it's indicators, all that kind of stuff, you have to know how to use them, how to best apply them, and then therefore understand the underlying environment, how the environment actually works and plays out in order to apply them correctly. But yeah, there was another question further up, I think, that you started before.
Right. Good question. Yeah. I'm actually working on I'm working on an article. I think it's going to be like one of the most important works I've done. I'm trying not to keep it too long, but I've been thinking a long time because I have a good I have a good structure set up for the trading psychology side of things. So early in my trading career, I picked up the book Trading in the Zone. And even though I didn't really fully understand all the concept in the book, it really helped me understand the idea of thinking in probabilities and understanding that like a very simple thing as your next trade, the outcome of your next trade on an individual basis has a completely random outcome, which is like sounds weird, right? What if you have a 75% win rate? You should have a 75% win rate on the next trade, but that's not how it works. You have a 75% win rate over the course of 200 trades, not one trade. So the next trade has a completely random outcome, and it has nothing to do with the previous trade. That's thinking about in probabilities, right? Welcome back, Ashleigh.
Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
back.
Oh, sorry, urgent call.
That's all right.
Oh, how is everyone?
Going well. Going well.
I've just seen the question then. In the way I do it is every time I place a trade, I say to myself, will my future self be proud that I placed a trade? So I know the feeling of what I'll get when I blow an account, and I know the feeling that I get when I place a great trade and get a payout eventually. So now I've had it the past week or so. So the same strategy, I've got in late on a trade and lost, whereas my team have got in correctly on entry and have won. So I shouldn't have placed that trade due to rushing. I need to start taking a step back every time I place a trade and just be like, am I happy of this trade? Is it following all my rules, etc.? So it's just a little step back that I'm doing at the moment and questioning every time I put a trade on. So I don't know if that will help.
I think that's a really good idea, and I think that's part of the that's a process, like a process oriented mindset where you try to have a set of rules and habits and routines around your
Sure.
trading, so that whenever you enter a trade, you ask yourself questions, and the questions are designed to put yourself into that right state of mind. I want to recommend a few things to the listeners. So first of all, I would highly recommend that you read the book Trading in the Zone, and then Trading in the Zone is very theoretical. So it gives you the theory of how to think in probabilities in the context of a trader. And then there's a book called Atomic Habits by James Clear. And Atomic Habits will help you set up structures and routines, and then you can use the principles in Trading in the Zone to set up the routines around thinking about in probabilities. And then another book that has really helped me in terms of mindset is a book about Stoicism called The Practicing Stoic, which takes the best out of Stoicism and puts it into a practical framework, which I believe is perfect for trading. And then finally, there's a book called The Essential Guide to NLP, which helps you understand NLP and can give you some practical applications of NLP. And then if you apply all of these books and all of these theories into a like habit routine with Atomic Habits, and then practical applications of NLP with the mindset of Stoicism and the probabilistic mindset from Trading in the Zone, I think it's the perfect mix of practical processes to set you up as a trader. So those four books, amazing combination.
Yeah, I agree. I think also, people get too wrapped up on meeting this goal and it's so close and the carrot's like right in front of you. I've always found a good way to think about things is just forget about that carrot when it's coming. I try and think about it on, okay, say you're 1% or something away from your profit target, you're going to get a payout, that kind of stuff. I just don't even think about it. I think about, okay, this is another 1% out of 500% that I'm going to continue to look to pick up over the next 5 years or something, right?
I can't
And
stop
then that
thinking
way
about
it's
that
just
though.
another drop in the bucket. And
Yeah,
so
no,
the thing doesn't end there. It's just
for me, it's very difficult to not think about the money, not think about the profits. It's
yeah.
I I've been at this for like 10 years. The first time I like opened the chart and understood like what I looked at, like 10 years now, and I still unrealized P&L, I cannot stop thinking about the money I'm making or the payouts that I'm gonna. If I have a very good payout, where I've had trades where I made like 5 to 10K in minutes, and the rush of and at the time that could have been like a quarter of like a yearly salary before I started trading. And you make that in a couple of minutes, and that rush and that adrenaline is something that I have to control on a daily basis. So for me, it's a constant internal mental struggle to really try not to get hooked on the instant gratification and the
Yeah.
thrill of seeing a monthly salary in a couple of minutes landing in your
Yeah.
account. It's insane.
That's why I think the zooming out picture helps,
Yeah, it does.
because it sort of resets that, and you can also look at it on, like, even just go play around, even for fun, on like a compounding calculator, and you can see the numbers just run up to ridiculous sums over time, right? And then you realize that where you are here at the beginning of the graph is essentially meaningless to the same trade in a percentage term you'll be taking way down the line. So this is just a small stone in the larger picture. And as far as those kind of trades, Jonatan, where you do clean up, I always try to think about it and remember that, like, yeah, they're the one-offs and that kind of stuff. And you do get a couple of them each year. Typically like 50% of most funds, like institutional funds, profits end up coming from like 2 to 3% of the trades, right?
Yeah.
Where they get those massive runners and just clean house. But yeah, I always try and make sure you pull back from that and realize that that's a anomaly, and then try and reset to sort of baseline, I guess.
The only time that I've really ever got a payout is where I don't care when I put a trade on and then what happens afterwards. I just care if I've stuck to my plan and stuck to my rules. Where I've not noticed how much is in the pot at the end of the week, and then I've checked every couple of weeks and be like, oh, I'm doing actually all right now. It's not. It's taking that complete emotion away from me, and then I'm in that routine now where I just do it, stick to my rules, and move on with my day. It doesn't affect the rest of my day. And like I say, I don't see the money anymore. It's only when I check after a week or so, and I'm like, oh, okay, I can go for a payout soon.
Yeah, exactly. It's a routine is the key, definitely.
Yes.
It's the same way as going to the gym, or whether you want to put on muscle, lose weight, whatever it is. Any single day doesn't really make a difference, and if you keep trying to judge things by every single day, it's going to look terrible. But if you take one day and then check every 30 days, you see the big progress.
I have like a little silly checklist that I give myself every day that I count points to. So like if I go to the gym, I get myself 10 points. If I do my 10,000 steps, if I trade the way I'm supposed to trade, if I do one non-negotiable task, whether that's clean the bathroom or something stupid, and then at the end of the week, I can see that I've hit all my goals and I'm this much further compared to where I was at the start. So you've just got to, if you want it, go for it. Make a plan. Don't expect it to just happen. Do the same things over and over again. It's not going to happen overnight, but in a week's time, you're going to be a lot better than you were right now if you stick to your plan and just do it, hit it every day. That's all I am. It's boring and it's a routine, but I look a lot better. I feel a lot better and I'm trading a lot better. So I'd rather be in that routine.
There's this idea in...
Sorry, you go, Jonatan.
Okay, so there's this idea in Atomic Habit. You talked about routines, right? And there's this idea about habit stacking.
Yeah, where, I do that.
Yeah, I love it because you only really have to focus on that first habit, and then if
I know what comes next. I know what it just happens because I know when I do that, the 3 or 4 other habits are happening.
Yeah, and it's an amazing. So I have this habit stacker where I leave my kid at the bus, and that's the beginning of it, right? So when I do that, I go on a walk, and then that leads to the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, and then if I follow that habit stack, I know that I've started the day in the best possible way, and I've set myself up for success with that habit stack, and then because it's easy to just have this conversation and say like, well, you should think about this and you should do that, and this is how I think. But it's like, I know that's how we should be thinking, but I still look at the P&L and I still get these rushes of adrenaline when it's like 10 times bigger than what it's supposed to be. No matter, like, I know I'm not supposed to be feeling that. I know how I'm supposed to be feeling, but I still let that side of me take over most of the time. So what I've tried to do is I've tried to focus on the practical side of things. So I know what to think, but not how to actually do it, and to really focus on the practical things. Atomic Habits and then NLP practices has really helped me to take the theory and put it into real life.
Yeah, I think you can set yourself up certain challenges as well. It's what I've said to people in the past. Like, okay, you've got money on the table, but you're only allowed to withdraw if you can go 30 days of trading without breaking a single rule. And if you broke the rule, you can't withdraw, no matter if you've made profit. Right, one day, then you got to reset.
Yeah, I do
right?
that.
And once you smash out one of those 30 days, 30 trading days, right? So that's 6 weeks, not 4 weeks in terms of calendar days. If you actually manage to stick that whole thing, you tend to have put it into a routine, right? It's the same with all those other learning practices. You do something for that amount of period and it tends to like stick, right?
Yeah, you don't have to think about it then, do you? Because it's just there. It just happens, like I said, habit stacking. It just happens then.
Yeah, and the other thing as far as practical stuff, like you're saying, Jonatan, like a good piece can have like just put a note to yourself, like a sticky note, and just place it on the side of your monitor or right in front of you, in front of the keyboard or something. The other thing you can do is set like a hourly reminder that comes up on your phone every single hour of the days you're awake, which that's what I have, which
I read it first thing in the morning because I wake up at 6:45 and I trade from 5 to 7. Like this morning, I was in a trade at 7:05 and got out at 7:15, and then I'm done. So I need to read something before I jump in a trade because I've just woken up. My mind's not. So I need to read my rules, and then I'm just looking at the rules. I'm not thinking of anything else.
Yeah, exactly. And so like I set that up, that hourly notification that I get, I don't know, 10 years ago. I don't need it now at all, but I've just left it there. And the idea is just, make sure that your trades, your strategy, your approach or whatever is in line with what you're actually trying to achieve and get out of the market. You've not like deviated because you saw some shiny object over there and you're trying to chase it, right? And yeah, it's just that pattern habit building again and again. Jamie was also asking what was the NLP book called, Jonatan?
It is called... Let me think. It's called NLP, the Essential Guide to NLP. Let me see. Okay, so it's called NLP, the Essential Guide by Tom Hubbard and Tom Dals and Susan Sanders. It's called. I think if you Google or if you search the NLP, the Essential Guide, I think it's one of the most popular ones. That should be popping up.
I didn't know Tom Hubbard was part of that. That's interesting.
No, it's not Tom Hubbard. It's I was very surprised as well when I started reading the book, and I'm like, wow, is this like a professional traders reading this? But no, it's not Tom Hubbard. It's Tom Hubbard.
Right. Okay. Right.
So yeah.
I see.
Close. All right, guys, I got to jump off. We've got Pedro in the background. Welcome, Pedro.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm going to get some lunch, and I will see you all later. And I'm going to keep tabs on this one. Hopefully, it's not going to break down completely. But I'd like to say I don't care. Thinking about probabilities, I don't care. I'm in the flow, blah, blah, blah. But I absolutely 100% care if this goes down to entry and sells me out. I'm going to be pissed. And that's just who I am. And I think I have to... Yes, I have to just, accept the fact that I'm an emotional person, and no matter what I try to do, I'm still going to think like that. I just have to set up the routines and the processes to help me, not self-sabotage, basically. But I'm still going to think it sucks. But it is what it is.
I will say my first sort of like TP1 pause point is about 80 to 85. So we're not far from there. Because I've been holding dollar yen shorts from way back and hedged on the breakout through there. So that's where I'm looking to potentially clear. Further topside's about 152.10.
I'm looking at 150. I'm looking at 150 to 14. I'm gonna adjust the TP once we get there. I'm probably just gonna TP at like 152, like right below 152.10. I'm a little bit too focused on the risk to reward here, and a little. I think like 152.80 is probably the level where I want to look at.
Fair. There you go.
All right,
It's a good entry.
Okay, guys.
Good luck.
Thanks.
See you, man. Ciao.
See you later.
Yeah, that's a good entry. Are you in that trade as well?
Yeah, so I hedged out. So these are the dollar yen shorts that I've been holding from like last week, which were a couple hundred points in profit. We've then come up through here, traded sideways, and basically pulled back up. So I've hedged them. I've removed the stuffs on these, and now I've got that hedged out through here. Then looking for us to top out somewhere in this higher zone, basically 151.85, like I was saying, and then 152.10. So 14, that's why Jonatan's got that, because it's by that prior high there. And then this level through here as a potential top. So wherever momentum starts to stall, I'll clear that and then look for this to keep running down.
Any chance you see it going above the highs?
Not at this point, put it that way. We've kind of digested the Japanese ministry news data the same way that we had the massive push higher and then started to unwind that pretty rapidly. That's basically the push today. It also looks as though we'll possibly get the government shutdown ending this week as well. So we've had sort of a double backing of relatively better US dollar news. Same with some of the China comments last night, which were mixed. Trump throwing around 155% tariff or whatever. But, I mean, he's already stated 100% plus is not sustainable. So, again, it looks like just sort of nonsense. And he also backed that up by saying they are progressing in some kind of talks. So, general positive dollar sentiment coming through. We also had retrace points on the...
Isn't that good for dollar yen, the positive dollar?
Yes, for now, which is why we're up. But I'm not sure how much further height we have in that overall. What I can see on the Dixie, though, is this mark up here by 99, which I could see that we retrace to. Right now, we're coming into this cluster, so the bottom side of that higher range that we had. We've tapped into there. This is also where the 200-hour moving average comes in. So looking for us to either sort of peter out as far as the momentum here. I'd say we probably need some further catalyst to come higher.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. Because I think more of the question mark it would be last week's retracement. Will that be enough to create a new upside move, basically both on dollar yen and on the dollar index? If we do go to that 100 mark, could be one scenario. Personally, I don't really think we have topped yet on dollar yen. Like this 153, 200s. I'm not really sure if that's the top yet. I think it could go a little bit higher. Just looking at market structure as well, I think it could go maybe even close to 155. And this could be potentially the continuation.
From the original drive, when we were talking with Anastasia at that time, I was looking for us to potentially top out at 154.50 or so up here before shorting. That then flipped around. We got downside calls coming in on options, and then we came right off. As far as all the data, the news that is spurring this, I feel like it's sort of kind of priced in. And especially the other side, as far as the Japanese finance ministry, they actually see fair value for dollar yen about 120, 130. So the implied thing, this is the immediate reaction from her actually coming in. But as far as her team around her as well, looks like they're going to implement policy to bring the yen, dollar yen, back down. So a bit of yen strength. So yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, that's a longer term development, that
I
kind of
understand.
thing.
It's just looking at the technicals. When looking at the technicals,
Yeah.
like, because price had this big range on dollar yen, like from almost 2-3 months in August, September, whatever. It broke to the upside, and
Do you want me to show
with the
you?
gap, of course. Yeah,
Screen?
it's basically. So where are we? Yeah, we're stuck with this in this range for ages, right? We kind of had that initial break, then we had this fake out, and finally we broke to the upside. And now basically we're tested with this last week low. I think this was last week or Monday. Yeah, last week low. It's true that we do have the gap yet. Like if price does want to eventually close the gap, then we're going to see more yen in weakness, or dollar yen weakness. However, I could see it going. I could see it going higher, like what you mentioned, maybe 154 or 155. I think just if I'm looking at any other price chart, and if this is a 5-minute time frame and not a 4-hour time frame, I think price could eventually try to retest this upper edge, and this basically is the move. We broke out the structure, broke to the upside, just retest the previous structure. Now slowly will just continue to move higher. And to be honest, your entry today or Jonatan's entry today, it looks like kind of a good entry after finally the breakout of this trend line, also retesting this initial range that you're having here. It looks like a great entry, to be honest. You may have caught the breakout that can lead into not just price kind of pausing where you guys are looking for targets, but maybe even challenging and taking the highs. Even when I look at the way price moved to the downside in here, basically we have this beautiful supply which already reacted. Maybe this one can still maybe hold price a little bit. Aside from that, I don't think price will pause in here. Neither maybe a little bit in here. I don't think so. Yeah, I think at least so kind of Jonatan's target. I think there's a high likelihood that price can go there, and then price could actually even continue.
I think it's going to depend heavily on the government opening again, and then we get that flood of data. If it comes through, you're going to get a smash with a wall of it all coming through. And the weighting right now is looking though it's going to be pretty poor. So that could fully knock us around.
Because when you're looking at the dollar index as well, we did have that reaction. This is the first basically retracement last week that we had a little bit. I'm not really sure what's the percentage of the Fibonacci that we went through. Maybe didn't touch the 50, maybe got close to it. But this could also be a potential. 1 second, why is this not going? This is from here. 1 second. This is actually trading view. I'm curious to see what price will do next. If actually is going to challenge the tops and try to go to that 100 that kind of we've been looking for, or price will top up somewhere in here, and then in this case, yes, may go to the downside. So again, if the dollar index does want to eventually go to 100, and if this is actually maybe the bottom for now, and this is just a retracement for price to continue, that can help dollar yen as well. And even when you're looking at the yen index, there's a massive move down, so basically come back into a little bit of this support resistance. Yes, the gap is not closed yet, and now when looking at potential levels on the yen index where price can bounce from, maybe this one is one of them. So that's maybe where you guys have your target on dollar yen. But if price doesn't really respect this level and goes a little bit further down, we may go all the way back to these lows, and that's going to push dollar yen way higher, which can eventually take those tops or most recent tops in there. So again, I think there is potential. Of course, then that would need a kind of a trade management of the trade management of the trades that you are in, that maybe just trading stops. Maybe price can actually just give much more than initially anticipated. Maybe take some partials, whatever it may be. I think this is one of those situations where if price keeps giving you reasons to not to close it, you could kind of trade it and maybe end up in a maybe 2 times more than maybe initially expected, if price doesn't end up taking those tops or bottoms that you're looking at on the variant, which is interesting. We'll see. The momentum for now is good today.
Momentum for now is really good. I think we'll find out over this next week and coming into the week after, all that data flow coming back in. give the market a better sort of position coming into December and kind of a wrap-up thesis for Q4, you know, because immediately after that, we'll go into the next series of data right away. So they'll get kind of like double stacked.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, next week, finally, we are going to have some data.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about the data, but we're going at least to have the Fed. So that's going to be a catalyst to move the market a little bit.
What trades have you been in today, Ashleigh? I know you got held up with work. Have you had a chance to pick up anything?
So I did two. I don't want to share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Share my screen.
And then on the previous topic, because today in the Portuguese live stream, the topic's about a routine, kind of a successful trader, kind of what would look like a proper routine that someone could implement. Maybe if you want to share, because you guys were talking about habits and what to do, and great to hear your takes, and even on the chat as well, like what you guys think on the chat. Is a proper routine, maybe 3 to 4 or 5 habits that someone should do on a daily basis or could do on a daily basis that would help them to become a better trader. And in addition to that, actually, it would be nice to hear if someone is trading part-time, what would that look like? What additional habit would you guys think that would be beneficial to improve your trading, and maybe something that you'd like to remove that is kind of damaging a little bit your level of focus or something like that? And for someone that is then trading full-time, also, what is your typical routine and what you would guys to like to implement? So if you guys help me with those comments and your feedback, I will have some more content to share later on in the Portuguese live stream. So you guys are my research tool now. It's like typing to ChatGPT right now, but in real person.
Nice. Definitely.
Yeah.
Run us through first.
So you all know, if you've watched me before, I trade from just before 7. So very standard, just in the way the bias, the direction. We was bearish this morning, so got in a nice 1.15 R just before 7. And then due to our rules, we have certain rules about the second trade if something's happened. So something did happen, so that meant the next trade we got in, we could go for 2R. So here's my trade here, which we got in, that meant for 2R. So I'm very in and out very quickly. So that got in at 6:58 and I was out, 7:03 and not even rolled over in bed yet. It was very... And then this trade was done just as I was walking through the door off a dog walk. So as you all know, I trade on my phone. You don't need to be sat at a computer. You don't need to... So I'm very much in the morning. So 6 till 7, I'm at the gym or I'm working out. 7 till 9, I'm walking the dog, feeding the dog, etc. So all my trading is done on the phone. I'm sorting my to-do list out for the day, listening to any podcasts, replying back to text messages from friends. So mine's very... And then I stop trading by 10 o'clock. So my day job starts at 9. But yeah, I stopped trading NAS right around 10 o'clock. So NAS 2 trades and I'm done. That's all I trade. So we locked out on 3.5 R today, which was nice.
Very good.
Caught anything on DAX this morning, but I did catch a lovely trade yesterday. So those of you who've got me on Instagram knows I held for 6R, but I was going for 9R, but I held for 6R because it was on my funded. Took it on my personal as well, which was a nice chunk. But it was just, as they were saying before, you get this every so often. So standard on DAX for me is 2R. But looking at the overall direction, felt we was going back bullish. So targeting the last high that we had, which is exactly what happened yesterday. You only get the reversals once every so often, so normally it's just a 2R day. But no, that was a lovely day for me yesterday. And then I'm done. So then I locked out. I turned my alerts off. Turned trading off. So that was quite nice. I put that trade on around about 9 o'clock, let it run all day, checked it just after lunch. And it took take profit, which was quite nice. So no, I'm a very simple trader compared to what we have on here, but it works for me. It fits into my lifestyle. So I have a very intense day job, and my day job could send me to London tomorrow or this afternoon at the drop of a hat, etc. So I have to literally get my trading done in a certain amount of time, make sure it fits around my life, and it does, and it's working. And I've took the emotion out of it. So I've not looked how much this gained me. I know how much it gained me, but I've not looked. I don't need to look at the amount of money that's in the account. I just know to look on Friday when I do my recap of the week to make sure that I hit all my trades. Did I do well? Do I deserve to buy myself something nice over the weekend because I followed my plan? It's exactly how I do it. So I've got it. If I hit every trade correctly this week, I'm treating myself to a spa day. So on Friday, I get to book one of them. So that's all it is for me. So just ticking off every day that I'm doing what I need to do. And it works. It's simple and it works for me. I don't know everything and anything, like I've said before. I know how to look at red news, what red news folder looks like. But in regards to how that implicates what I do, I'm in and out of a trade so quickly that it doesn't matter for me. Fundamentals don't count at this point. So yeah, it's been all right. Been a good couple of weeks anyway.
Beautiful.
So you are more of a continuation trader, kind of when you see the trend, then you just look for the pullback and you jump into it. Yeah, that's nice.
It. So on the 1 minute on 5 and 1 minute on NAS, and then I do 5, 10, 1 hour on DAX.
Yeah,
so it's
beautiful trade. Yeah.
Really simple, really easy to get in and out. Same pretty much stop loss. I have the same on NAS. I have the same stop loss and take profit, following my rules. The same on DAX as well. So that's what my back testing has said. But I'm very NAS 2 trades and I'm done. DAX is the exact same. But I think because I'm doing quite well and I've got quite a busy day today, I'm probably just going to stay out of DAX all day anyway. And just I'm happy with what I've got so far this week. So no, but I like NAS. It fits into my mornings. It fits in when I'm walking the dog. It's easy enough to do. I'm not even logged in on my laptop to even be able to trade on my laptop. I'm not even logged on to C5 or whatever else on here. It's just all on my phone. I don't think I know how to log into it on my laptop. I never have. I never like trading on my laptop. I do my back testing on Trading View at the end of the week and just check that I've hit everything that I can do and just write it all down and journal. But apart from that, that's it for me.
On the NASDAQ, so because you are trading more of the London Open, kind of every hours, do you like this kind of a bit less volatility comparing with US Open? Because of course NASDAQ US Open is much more.
Yeah. I've tried this strategy.
You benefit from this volatility. Yeah.
It doesn't work. Candles are too big. I like the way London works. I like that it's done and dusted. And I think mentally, I don't like trading in the afternoon. I was like, I'm that full of coffee and that worked up with a day job that I just haven't got it in me to be able to sit and just look at the charts and take hours. I've lost a lot of accounts trying to trade York. It just doesn't work for me. I wake up in the morning, I know what I'm doing. I'm happy trading London. I am going to need something because, as I've said before, we are going to spend quite a lot next year travelling, etc. So I'm going to have to look into differences and what else I can do. But DAX, I can trade throughout the day. I just set an alerts up, and if I'm okay to look at my phone, I will do throughout the day. Or if I need to pull over and grab a coffee to get in a trade, then I will.
That's really interesting because, again, most people, they like volatility, they like big movements, big candles and everything, but more often than not, it doesn't end up well for them.
Yeah.
That's why people like gold, but then many people then struggle to trade gold and trade the US Open when there is a lot of candles, many ups and downs, and sometimes it's hard to read actually the direction and people get stopped out left, right and center, and then price goes. So it's sometimes actually, even for maybe a trend continuation trader, actually just seeing the small moves, 5 minutes up, 5 minutes down, actually can improve your edge. Actually you can find better opportunities instead of just being, because in this situation there isn't that much for liquidity sweeps or whatever, like it's a quick big candle to go up and down to stop you out. No, it's more reliable moves that you identify around this one that open in the NASDAQ, which is quite interesting to trade. That's really good. That's really nice.
On my personal now, I'd look to probably get into a NAS sell, but so this is just on my personal. Obviously, the NAS that I normally trade 7 till 10, that's on my funded account. So now, just on my NAS personal, I will probably look to jump in a sell. I'm going to get in now. So as we can see, all on my phone.
That's nice.
It's just
phone trading is wild.
It is wild.
But you're in and out so quickly, so it works obviously. But
let me.
Also, curious, do you use Apple or Android?
Apple, and then my day job it gives me an Android, which I don't have a clue how to use. So Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm the same. I also opened up MetaTrader the other day on an Android and realized how different it was, and I was like,
No.
dude,
No.
what is going on? You know, so strange.
So it would push up now. But no, that's it. That's all I do. Very simple.
And in terms, it's just in terms of preparation, do you do anything in terms of, because you mentioned that you go back to journal more close to Friday or over the weekend?
Yeah.
But in terms of preparing for the day ahead, do you do anything in the evening or as soon
So
as
I
you
just check,
kind of
I just check news, just check volatility in the morning, just check that I've got nothing that's going to spike, because obviously I trade just before the 7 a.m. candle. I just don't want that 7 a.m. spike to catch me out. So yeah, that's all I look for, and just make sure my alerts are set in the evening, ready for the next morning. That's it. And then at the end of the day, I'll just write down a little I'm using Excel. I'm very basic. What I hit. If I stuck to my take profit that I wanted to, if I stuck to my plan, and then on the Friday I'll just do a quick back test of the week and just refresh it. It's more refreshing it. So the more you go over it, the more you see that pattern every day.
That's true.
So
Yeah, that's perfect.
it's just
That's really good.
patterns for me. It's not fundamental trading. It's just patterns for me.
Yeah, prepare section. That's really good.
I
Yeah.
am.
How long did it take for you to kind of finally get to realization that was kind of a routine that you actually feel comfortable trading or following on a daily basis? Like, did it take a long time? Kind of, it was trial and error.
Trial and error. I've been trading for the past 4 years. I've been in and out of loads of groups. I've learned a lot on just YouTube, etc. Watching people. I've probably tried every bloody strategy that's out there, etc. And then I've just mingled quite a few into my own. And then I've just zoned out and stopped trying to move on to different strategies. So I'd say probably in the last 8 to 12 months, I've just singly been trading my own style, hitting it every day, etc. Can see actually payouts coming continuously, funded accounts coming continuously. It's not just blowing accounts for the sake of blowing accounts. I'm actually taking it a lot more seriously than I was doing. And I think because I've stopped watching everyone else, that's helped.
Yeah.
So I was trying to copy what they were doing, or why they're doing better than me, and I'm like, no, I'm actually doing all right. I know nothing, and I've learned this much. I've got myself this far, and I've learned how to use funded accounts. I've learned how to use TradingView. I've learned it all myself. I've not had someone to sit there and tick which, and I'm doing okay from it. So I like to think that people can look at me and think you don't have to know everything, and you're still able to get into trading, and then you can just build on it from there. So you can start taking a little bit of bias in your trades. So I do have like certain setups and certain rules, but I will overall look at it as well and take a little bit of bias. So there is that just comes with it naturally by just doing it over and over again. But you don't need to know everything just to try. Just learn and just jump in. Practice, back test, keep doing it, build habits, you'll get there.
Yeah, it's interesting as you are saying that we have Smithy AI of 5 Meaty, something that he just literally wrote his comment, right? So been here for 2 years, over 10 accounts blown. I think it's time for me to hang in the towel.
So I'll answer that and then I'll jump off to the day job. I blow more than that, way more than that. I think at one point I'm blowing like 2 or 3 in a week, because for me, my struggle has been, because I've obviously still got my day job, it didn't matter to me if I lost it, because I was like, I can just buy enough one. So, but I've lost that many. Way more than you. And now, if I would have given up then, I wouldn't be where I am today, to the point where my life's going to be completely different in the next couple of years. So just stick it out, but just stick to your plan. Back test it. Don't rush. You need to, obviously something's going wrong mentally, so that's what you need to give yourself some rules and stick to them. So just get a practice account and just stick to it for a month, and you'll see the difference compared to how you've been trading. That's all I did. Just took a step back and started again. Do not give up. Don't give up. You're here for a reason.
Exactly. Yeah. Definitely. And yeah, people over 2 years have blown way more than 10. I'm sure most people, over 2 years probably.
Oh, yeah.
50 or,
I passed an account in a day and then the next day lost it. It happens. And it took a lot mentally for me to get to the place I am now. And I'm just glad, I'm so glad I stuck it out. So no, keep going.
Yeah, so definitely don't quit. Yeah, stick it out, refine the process, and you'll get there.
Exactly. Right. better go and actually do some work because I did start.
Thank you.
2 hours ago.
Righty.
Thank you, Ashleigh.
No worries.
Right.
Yeah, Ashleigh.
See you later. Bye,
Lovely
everyone.
to see you again.
No, bye.
Just interesting the way she was telling that not give up, and the way she kind of overcome her own challenges to become where she is right now, and all of a sudden you read that comment. I think one of, like, first and foremost, I don't know if he's reviewing 5 media. I don't know if you are at least taking anything of self-awareness and reviewing your own trading. Try to understand why you are losing those accounts, because if you don't even have a structure, a plan, or something like that, the likelihood is that maybe it doesn't stop on 10 accounts that you bought, but maybe go to 20 or many more. But if you start at least reviewing a little bit of the work that you are doing, try to understand what's going on, why you are losing those accounts, then maybe you can start reversing your trajectory and hopefully hit the drawdown on your trajectory and start going moving to the upside, and try to understand, like, how are you buying it, like, in just 3 trades? Are you kind of super over leveraging the account? Is it literally a kind of a slow bleeding, kind of until you kill the account, kind of loss after loss after loss after loss after loss, or is kind of a couple of wins, 3 wins, and all of a sudden you get excited and just destroy everything? Like, what is a pattern that you have noticed when you are trading those accounts? Like, how does your equity account usually looks like? It's kind of small up and then a big move down? Is it small moves down, maybe try to recover but then continue to destroy it? Like, what's the trajectory in there? Because that tells a story as well on maybe the things that you are doing, and maybe at this point you haven't even found a proper edge that suits you. So maybe you need to spend a little bit more time on working on your own strategy. If you feel like that you are having a good strategy, maybe are missing some trades that would be profitable, or maybe are managing the trades incorrectly, that something that was supposed to be a win but now is a break even, or ends up being a loss because you are moving or managing your trade too emotionally. Try to see what's the reason behind this, and that becomes a game. That now becomes the game is for you to try to solve your own puzzle, where you are at. Maybe you can get some ideas from what you are saying right now. Sometimes when you are just too zoomed in into your own reality and the accounts that you are trading, maybe it's hard to find a solution. Maybe you get a sense that that's the reality and that's it, period, end of story. But no, maybe try to get out a little bit of your bubble. Maybe seek a little bit of advice. Maybe take a few days without just reviewing. Don't open any charts. Don't look at any trades. Just review your equity accounts and try to understand and then try to find logic on the way we have been behaving, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Try to find the pattern, and it could be something as simple as aligning it with your lifestyle, whatever else is going on, whether you work or don't work, or how much you work, if you work part-time or full-time. Same way with Ashleigh, like, she's perfectly found something that works within her life, right? So, if she was trying to be on the charts all the time, like, it wouldn't work, right? Obviously, because she's got that other job. So she's found and structured something specifically. And same with the rule set of, like, the 2 trades and then done, right? That keeps it very clear, very clean, very precise for her, and clearly works, beautifully. So, yeah, it might be something as simple as that as well.
Yeah, it's true.
And yeah, you do pay with your sanity sometimes, Mark. That's definitely true.
Yeah, no, not only, right? There are many things that we as traders we behind the scenes we do go through struggles. It can be social, it can be definitely lack of confidence, even on ourselves, even when you are surrounding with other people, because you are just feeling that you are losing after losing after losing. You maybe told a few people that you wanted to do this. They start asking you, how is it going? It's not going well. Just blowing accounts, so you don't even maybe want to hang up with them anymore, because you just feel like, yeah, what's the point? You can start feeling a little bit isolated, so don't do that. Like, try as much as possible don't to feel isolated in this during this journey, because that can have even a bigger impact, because now you don't even have anyone to speak with you about, regardless, any other topics, just to keep your mind off trading. So there are many issues that traders go through. Trading is not easy. We have a little bit of an ego as humans, and that can affect our egos, we have our confidence, even with everything else aside from trading, even personal lives, even your partner, friends, family, and everything in between. Yeah. So yeah. Well,
Do you?
uh,
Off
do you?
the top, I'll say we definitely could see a further push lower. We're still pretty weak, obviously. We have come and tapped into the 200-hour moving average right here. This is also some of these prior tops through here, right? So we've generally just come down into that support band right here. At the same time, you've got euro dollar still breaking down a bit further. This is kind of one of the other levels that I have marked out here for some near-term support. The Dixie itself further breaking out. So level I'm looking for on the Dixie is a bit higher at about 99. Dollar yen is still running, right? So that's pushing on. So basically, it's mainly dollar yen coming up, euro dollar coming off that is driving the dollar moves at the moment. So as far as the cross correlation, yeah, you could see a bit more downside for the pound. That said, it seems pretty comfortable kind of consolidating here. So not so crash hot on like some kind of a further deeper drop right now. It looks as though we'll probably consolidate in this area. Euro dollar eventually finds a base somewhere in here and then probably climbs up a bit. So the pound move might already be done, is what I'd say. What do you reckon?
Yeah,
Pedro?
That's a good point. I think eventually could go. So the way price moved, it kind of moved in a slow way that it was not with momentum. I could see going a little bit lower. I would love the trade actually I was hoping for. It was kind of price to visit this level somewhere in here to look for the short, which didn't really happen. So I didn't end up taking that short. Wait, where are we? Because I'm a bit on the mix now on the pound. I could still see eventually more downside in the bigger picture. But on the other side as well, maybe price could end up holding this low a little bit more, maybe getting into this range in here and try to push higher towards this level, and then towards here, and then from here maybe finally have a little bit of a bigger sell-off. I like where price reacted on Friday. I was actually looking for a potential short in there. After last week, it was basically a full bullish week until Friday. They didn't really manage to get in. That's why I was hoping that price would retest a little bit closer to this level to for a short and then capitalize on this move. Maybe price is going to find now some level in here of support around this structure and maybe push higher, and maybe this short can still be in play as price is approaching to the upside. It has been a little bit of a tricky situation on the dollar pairs and some of these pound and euro these last couple of weeks. I don't really have a proper direction. I've been kind of looking for price to go to downside all the way through. Price actually reacted from a nice zone. I missed the long last week, and now it's back into this mid-range structure, which I could see. Yeah, I could see both ways. Could see price maybe going a little bit lower, the same way that I could maybe see price just retracing, maybe finding new selling pressure around here, or even going all the way and try to go close to this top in here, and then maybe try to go into this 136 maybe and push for. So there are many options. There are many options that I'm trying to find. So I like spaces, as you guys have realized. I like to have a clear direction that I think price is going to go towards to, and then wait for price to come to the extreme and try to benefit from that move. When price is just bouncing in between 50% of moves from 50% of moves, it becomes trickier. To me, I need price to go closer to extremes.
Yeah. We've got a lot of mixed signals across the market right now. There's a lot of bearish sort of signals, a lot of hawkish signals. That's the same with the fundamental picture. Some good signs, some poor signs. so hence we're seeing very mixed sort of trading in FX pairs as well. And there's a bunch of government components for each individual country as well. Things with the bond market, treasuries, that kind of stuff. Like we've seen the wobbles in the pound specifically for that too. So right now, I'd be keeping an eye on further dip in euro dollar and further highs in dollar yen for your driver of the move. But if they start to stall out, pull back, then you could see the pound come back up here, since it hasn't really gained momentum despite their running on. And that goes to this as well, Paulie. So price action on indices being affected by government shutdown. So if we we'll just go to the NAS as a piece here. We're now trying to test these highs. Fair chance we do break. We did have some positive talk that from the administration, they do hope to see the government shutdown end, hopefully end of this week, right? So that is just a positive factor in general. The other big portion is primarily that the chip makers, chip suppliers all saw positive beats, right? And we've also had stuff like Apple now, which is making an all-time high. So we had the breakout through here. So you're basically seeing the big tech stocks running up the market right now. So it's still more of the AI trade, chip makers, all that kind of stuff at the moment, still being healthy and robust, despite all the chatter of a bubble talk and all that kind of thing. So yeah, that's basically what's driving indices right now. It's just the big boys having decent earnings and such. So
yeah. Actually, we're going to have the earnings, and I think today we have Netflix, tomorrow is Tesla, and then next week you're going to have more of the big boys to announce. So that's going to be an interesting one as well. That's going to affect the US indices for sure. Are you getting close to the end of this run? Is it, or is it going to just continue to go all the way through?
Yeah. So right now, we can. It's still very much positive momentum on the indices. At the moment, obviously, the Apple breakout, like I was saying, and then, Pedro mentioning Tesla, Netflix, they're all starting to approach relative tops and could potentially run, assuming those earnings are decent. And obviously, the big pickup leading to that is the implied expectation is they will do pretty well from Wall Street. So see where that turns out, though. So... opinion on dollar CAD? I would assume we'd be up. We are. Dollar CAD, I would say, pretty similar to the other dollar majors. Right now, we're very much just seeing dollar strength across the board. We have started to consolidate in this higher area on dollar CAD for some time now. Jonatan was long from significantly lower for quite some time. I believe jumped out somewhere through here after we started consolidating.
Yeah, I think it closed.
So the overall top side area we were looking for on dollar CAD is somewhere a bit higher up here, about 141.50. That's obviously the bottom side of this higher range that we broke through and then capitulated from. The only thing is we're seeing it stall out right now. The current structure says, yes, we should continue higher. Very much still bullish and get to that move, but it looks like it'll be more of a grind overall. It is interesting that we haven't really picked up very heavily despite the dollar strength that we're seeing. So I would say still bullish, still long through here. Look for potential break the highs, but I'm not highly convicted on it, I would say. So
yeah, the CAD has been more in the range. There has been much better moves when you're looking at Euro CAD and Pound CAD, for example, in terms of momentum. While you can even just look at it from last week, we had this massive move to the upside on Pound CAD and on Euro CAD as well. Had this kind of massive move also to the upside. We even took these recent highs and now we're basically moving to the downside. So and then dollar CAD basically didn't move, right? Dollar CAD just stayed stuck in there during exactly the same period. And again, this goes into asset selection, basically, to help you to identify which ones of those pairs are going to maybe move the most. I think I'm with you. I think dollar CAD can continue to move higher. Now these CAD pairs sometimes, or dollar CAD sometimes, does range a little bit before it moves. Similar to dollar franc Swiss. Actually, across the different dollar pairs, dollar franc Swiss was actually the one that I was more interested in, and actually with a bit more direction or clear path of what I was looking for. I missed my entry by a little bit, and then I've been waiting for price to get into this level again, and then never really reach there. This was yesterday, and well, it looks like I'm missing this moving here. I think we even talked about this one last week, LJ, or 2 weeks ago on the 10 or 13, whatever. What price was somewhere in here, if I'm not mistaken, when we talked about dollar franc Swiss, that we were looking for potentially a move to downside on the dollar, and maybe somewhere around this level could be a good zone to for another long on the dollar franc Swiss, because I think we even mentioned that even the Swiss National Bank kind of is trying to push the franc a little bit more to the upside, downside, whatever, dollar franc Swiss to go higher, basically. So this actually, there you go. This was actually maybe one of the clearest ones, and I think we can eventually go challenge these highs again, which shows a little bit of dollar strength in this case if this is about to play out. And you can maybe make your own conclusions then on the other ones. But again, sometimes these pairs, they can kind of range before actually move, right? So we will see. We'll see what will happen on our franc Swiss, but so far it's moving quite nicely after retesting these lows in here. That's a bit more even clear to me than any other dollar pair at this point. But yeah, dollar CAD can go higher. I think dollar CAD could go a little bit more to the upside.
Yeah, and euro dollar did just get that little punch lower just now, so it's right into the support area had marked out. So see how we react through here. Pound dollar took that last little burst as well. So see if this finds buying pressure through here, and that's sort of the move for the day, or if we manage to actually hold this and further capitulate, right? Dollar yen also now approaching up to towards that 152 kind of area. So yeah, like we were saying before, keep an eye on those two. And Henry was asking about ASX. I haven't looked at ASX in a while. I know we smashed highs earlier in the year, and I assume we'd be running pretty well recently with the commodity stuff. Nope, we're down. Interesting. Oh, this is 5 minute though. That doesn't mean anything. Interesting double top there. Yeah, dude, I would say this looks promising. I think the Australian market's got quite a good way to go going forward, especially with the rare earth mineral deals and such, and that sort of strengthening of ties with the US, since they're having troubles with rare earths with China. Obviously, we're going to be the first point of call there. So yeah, on some sort of pullback here, looks pretty good. How long are you looking to hold for? I assume this is for like long-term stuff, Henry. So
yeah. What else? What about oil? What do you make of oil? Now we are at 50 something, 57. Yeah. Do you think it's going to hold these lows on oil? Let's actually start moving to the upside.
Yeah, so I still think for the time being, this is kind of the general sort of buying zone, buy and hold for like the carry, that kind of stuff on oil. Seeing it lower into the 50s, like low 50s, possible. The Saudis can handle oil down to like $26 or whatever, right? That said, continuing to punch too much lower, they also don't like that because they're just making less money. But yeah, you do have Trump in their ear at the moment on the other side, saying he still wants oil to hang low for some time. Obviously, that helps with the inflation picture, general business activity, global growth in general as well, and productivity. So, I think oil's just still basically stuck in this, lower range, and we'll just bang around here for some time. At the moment, I don't think we're not about to run up and break out or anything like that. You also have the specter of, the background chatter of the economy and stuff starting to slow down, cracks appearing, that kind of thing. That's always going to mean less economic activity overall, which thus is a depressant on the oil price because you get less consumption. So
but even if it trades within that range, that's a big range to trade from.
Exactly. Yeah.
From 57 to 63, basically, or 64. That's a big range that can be traded.
So I'd basically be saying, sort of longs from the 56, 57 area, sort of TPs somewhere 64, 65, and kind of just play it ping pong like that at the moment. So where we are now is pretty good buy zone, and you've obviously got some clear levels to lean on. Same with those lows from earlier in April this year. Buying oil at lows is one of my favorite trades to capture the positive carry. So
because it looks like it's about to break out now, kind of if you go like 15 minutes for 1 hour time frame.
Yeah, it does.
It's a little bit on that range, even with the trend line in there.
Yeah.
Which one is that? The red one that you have? Is that a 50 or what's up, Richard?
How you doing, Rich? How you doing?
Good and you, LJ. Good and you, Pedro.
Oh, good. What trend line is that you have in there? The red one?
The red coming through there is the 100 moving average. So this is on the 1 hour. This other sort of shaded one is another indicator I have.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can ignore that, but they're basically overlaid on each other pretty much right now. Mm-hmm. So, How you going, Rich? What's good?
You just took Will off as he jumped in. Oh, don't be Literally just joined, and then I got taken off. I was like, Nah, mate, I'm good. You?
Yeah, going strong. Not too hot today here, which is nice.
Yeah, we had some terrible weather yesterday, but today is all sunshine and gravy. And I decided to go for a run this morning, and then my legs gave out. So
you probably need them.
Yeah, I don't need them right now, but I might need them later.
How's trading? You guys been in anything today?
Yes.
Yeah, I caught a nice one.
Will got a really good one in gold, I think.
I'm just eating a Jaffa cake. Dude, these, I haven't had Jaffa cakes in such a long time. These are such an, underrated, cake. Do you call them cake or biscuit?
I've never had, biscuit, I call it.
Yeah, we just call them biscuit.
I've never had them.
Yeah, biscuit.
You've never had a Jaffa cake? Yeah, but why do they call it Jaffa cake? A biscuit?
I don't know.
But they don't rise. You don't bake them. You make them.
I don't know. I think here everything like that is just biscuits. We don't call them
Victoria Sponge biscuit.
Victoria Sponge biscuits.
Cakes are only like actual cakes, right?
Yeah, if it's not an actual cake and it rises, then it's a biscuit.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, they do have lecithins in them, so it's going to rise a little bit, but not not crazy.
I guess Americans call them cakes, right?
Actually, I think they call them biscuits as well.
Sounds about right.
But they refer to what do you call?
Yeah.
I've forgotten what you call them now.
No idea.
But yeah,
fuck.
What do you mean?
It's like it's a it's not a sponge, but it's a sweet dough bread-like thing that they use, like for argument's sake at KFC or something.
Dude, I have no
Oh,
idea.
sourdough.
Yeah, I think they call them
Bread.
biscuits.
Sourdough's
But
just
they don't
bread.
use sourdough at like KFC.
No. I doubt they use that.
They
But
use salt and butter.
Yeah.
so
Have a bit of catch up
it's
with everybody.
scones. They call scones.
Oh, scones.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
call them biscuits. Yeah,
Right.
they call
People
scones biscuits.
scones biscuits.
I don't know why.
That's like a cupcake, pretty much.
Yeah, well,
Dude,
cupcake is
I
it's
love
sweet.
scone.
It's like a sweet.
Yeah, a muffin then.
Savory.
It's like a muffin.
Yeah, muffin.
You know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man!
Yeah.
Married to the Muffin Man.
Punch the like and subscribe if you haven't, guys. by the way.
Absolutely. Yes,
Appreciate it all the time. So
Oh, I've just
Please do,
realized the
please
M
do.
on Mark Cox is just like, I'm not having this. Pedro, you can go away. I'm going up here. I'm not being hidden. You guys need to see my beautiful face.
No, but just hide the comment then. No comments from now on.
yeah, no comments from now on.
short,
I've noticed
shortbread?
it's a P then.
Shortbread.
Is that what it was?
No, but
Yeah.
I mean, shortbread is like it's added shortening to it. So
Also, hello, CC.
Yeah,
CC
so
is very bored at work.
shortening is what a shortbread
It's-
is. So that's a biscuit.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Biscuit.
I'm not a baker.
This new comment thing is really weird. It's like they're like sliding up, but then they like slide back down and slide back up. It's like, huh? Right, ready,
Yeah.
watch. Like, slide, go away, and then slide back up. Dude, like that's
More graphic.
wow. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I took a nice gold short today. It was more of like an instinctual trade, like we discussed. In fact, I'm not showing my screen. Let me show my screen. There we go.
It was a good trade, to be fair, but he needed to manage what he wanted to do because he was like, I should exit. I should exit. And it was like, no.
Yeah, no. To be
your
fair,
plan.
Stick it out.
yeah, I should have. Well, I did stick this one out. My TP was just at the low. I did manually take out because it was like really struggling to push lower and hit that TP, but I was $20 away from it, and I was $500 up. I'm not going to argue for $20 when I'm $500 up. So it was more of an instinctual trade. We had this breakout to the downside. I didn't want to get in on the breakout because this bar was way too big, and then we got a consolidation. And then we got another breakout, but we didn't close. So I saw the breakout and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to trade this breakout, even though it's not close. With the way the price is dropping on gold at the moment, I was just like, there's momentum here. I'm just going to get on that momentum train. And so I did. Jumped on with 0.25 of a lot and rode it all the way down to the level of potential reversal or potential continuation, depending on what trend that you're looking at. Which is this area down here from yesterday. That's where my TP was, and we hit TP nicely, and then we've started consolidating. So really nice trade, $505.50 up, $1 commission, and then $504.50 net profit for the day. So I mean that was pretty cool.
Nice.
So it brings me to 97k. So now I'm only 3% down, or just under 3% down. So that's really cool. Just clawing back some profits on the account. And I feel a little bit groggy. So I had a bit of a nap earlier, like a 10-15 minute nap. And so I'm feeling a bit better now. I've had a Jaffa cake. So like an absolute boss. I've broken my fast. So for those of you who don't know,
Nice.
I don't eat until 1 p.m. I don't eat until 1 p.m. No, it doesn't matter when my last meal was. If my last meal was at 6 p.m., I don't care. I do not eat until 1 p.m. I broke my fast about 5-10 minutes ago with the Jaffa cake, and it was so worth it. It really was worth it.
That's
I
a
got
good
my
way
coffee.
to do it. Yeah.
It is a good way to do it. Like if you're gonna break your fast, break it for like a Jaffa or something.
Worst
so,
time to want to do a fast is if you're in the middle of being sick. It's like
well,
it's
that's
just
what
the
I mean,
worst.
mate. I was feeling groggy, and I thought, you know what, screw that, man. I'm not doing the fast. I'm gonna go with Jaffa Cake. My missus told me as well. She was like, go have some chocolate or something, makes her feel better. And I was like, oh no, do I want chocolate? And then, dude, I just saw the Jaffa Cake, man. I was like, yeah,
Good enough.
I was like, I want that. That's exactly what I want right now.
I mean, a Jaffa
maybe
cake
some
is
nice
chocolate
coffee.
adjacent, so
Uh,
it's chocolate adjacent.
Yeah, dude, it's better. It's like Jaffa Cake and like a fluffy, jammy pastry. It's like, oh.
Oh, I love myself a nice jammy pastry. Oh, me kryptonite.
Very nice. Yeah, it
I like
does.
fantastic coffee.
If you fast for long enough, yeah, definitely. But yeah, I do similar each day, except not at 1 p.m. because my 1 p.m. is like sometime in the in the late evening at like 12 or midnight. You know?
Yeah, fair.
But yeah,
LJ, you
Similar.
mentioned before that your sleeping schedule has been like completely shifted. Like you used to be like up in your morning hours and then until the evening, and now you kind of like shifted everything over. How has that been treating you?
Good. I'm pretty used to it. Like it's flipped back and forth over the years, depending on what's going on. Right. Obviously, the first Trump presidency was very similar because you'd have to be awake for Trump doing stuff all the time. So yeah, same deal back then. Then once that sort of went away, I was up more through Asia, traded the back end of Asia, basically the afternoon, and then into London. And I'd normally trade just the beginning of New York and then be done. So I'd wrap up at like 1, 2 a.m. my time, go to bed, be up at like 10. Now that's shifted back like 4 hours the other way. So bed at 6 a.m., close everything. That's 1 hour before rollover my time. And then I'm up at about 1 p.m. or so my time.
Dude, you're like a shift worker now.
Yeah. 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. depending. The main trouble is trying to get other things I have to do during the day, like normal people stuff within business hours for like regular stuff, because then I've got like a fraction of the time. So I normally get up, try and smash out those things. Yeah.
I used to work shifts, so I know how it feels. Having to do what regular, or let's say like the typical person, their time frame, and you having to do all the stuff that you need to do in like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Where everybody else has, I don't know, like extended time or something.
Yeah. Fortunately, my housemate works from 2 p.m. till 12 at night as well. So we're on like similar-ish
schedules right now.
Yeah. So we don't. You don't end up disrupting each other or whatever. So.
Yeah, that's always good. It's like when I used to work night shift on the doors, and coming home at like 3, 4 a.m. Like getting into the house at like 5 a.m. It was like awful. Especially like I used to have a really, really loud car, like a straight pipe car, and like this was a couple of years ago now, and like my parents would go nuts at me. They'd be like, "For God's sake, if you're gonna carry on, you're moving out." I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's fair." I completely understand that. I'd come home at like 5 a.m. and that's all you'd hear is wob, 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 wob coming home.
That was just his music.
Yeah.
Music. Wop, 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 wop.
Yeah. The main thing is probably like you get up, it's daytime, it then goes through night, you go to bed, and it's now daytime, right? It's weird seeing the sun, night, and then sun again, right?
Mate, literally. I remember staying out after because there's a big fight, and I was the designated first aider, so I was like dealing with the police and the paramedics and patching people up. I got home and the birds were chirping, and I could actually see the sun up. It was like,
that was a regular occurrence for me. Regular.
Yeah, I was like, what is going on here? Like, it was so weird, man. I hated it.
Try doing a night shift stretch during winter where when you wake up to go to work, it's in the evening, it's dark. And then you go to work and it's dark the whole night. And when you come home, it's still dark. And then when you wake up, it's dark again. It's just like you never see the sunlight.
Yeah,
so
I'm going to have to dip out, guys. With that said, like and subscribe to the stream. and I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace out until then.
Nice one.
Good luck, everyone.
LJ,
Ciao for now.
have a good
Enjoy
one.
your toast, mate.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Pedro. What's good, man? How you doing,
To be
mate?
honest, I don't think I've ever watched that video clip or the music, but many people have been singing at least that 5 seconds with the same rhythm, Pedro. So
Dude,
like,
you've not seen it. Do you want me to message?
Dude, it's your
that
theme
link to
song.
you?
Pedro, it's your
Sorry?
theme song. Like,
yeah,
it's your-
it is. It's, and that's why I didn't even look at it. But yeah, no, that's
Pedro,
nice.
I'm going to send you a WhatsApp link. I'm going to send you a link on WhatsApp to the Pedro song. I need to make sure it's the right one. Hang on.
And then I think I've said this before, but there's a there's a song for Anastasia as well. So whenever she's on again, there's a rock song called Anastasia where they sing literally.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, so everybody in the live stream, I'm looking for a song that names you specifically.
Right, Pedro, where are you?
So we've got Pedro and we've got Anastasia. I'm struggling with Jonatan.
I think, yeah, fair. You could
LJ
probably
is the
find-
worst.
You could probably find Jonathan, but I don't think you're going to find Jonatan.
Yeah,
Pedro,
and
why
Dirk.
don't you message much in the group chat? Or do
Just
you
go.
something different? Where are you? Where are you? I'm hunting for you, Pedro.
Yeah, go find me somewhere in there.
There he is. I found him, guys. I found Pedro. I am lucky
Guys,
enough.
what do you think about routines and routines for a successful trader? And it's nice that because you guys just mentioned doing shifts, and I presume you're already trading maybe in early stages when you're doing that. Because today in the live stream for the Portuguese community, we are going to do, the topic is about what a successful routine looks like for traders to do well in the market. But I would like to take also not just the typical routine for someone that is a full-time, but also the perspective of someone that is a part-time trader. Maybe something that they could or they should implement in their own routine. And then when they think in terms of potential transition into full-time, maybe we can also share, guys, what was the biggest transition in terms of routine-wise when you went from part-time towards full-time. Yeah,
I
basically that.
Yeah, I think because I've done both. I've done part-time trader, full-time job, and then now full-time trader. So the biggest difference is when you're a part-time trader, you're generally looking at trading as, I would eventually like to do this full-time.
Exactly.
But the amount of time that I have, this very small time frame, I put all of my effort and all of my attention only on that specific time frame. Let's say, for argument's sake, I only had an hour to 2 hours a day to trade, let's say two days a week, as an example.
Mm-hmm.
So for those 2 days, I would have to really be paying attention. Those 2 hours really, really focus in. And I would have to do a lot of my preparation over the weekends, so that over the weekend, I already know what it is that I'm looking for. And then when it comes to that day, I would then kind of wait for that thing that I was expecting to happen to kind of realize. The inverse for that is when I became a full-time trader, is that now your time is your own. And you kind of get the idea that I've got all the time in the world. I can just sit back and have a look at the market, and then over time, I'll eventually get my trade. But the problem with that is that you're so focused on the markets that you start seeing things that are not there. And it gets to a point where you start feeling like I should be doing something because I'm spending way much more of my time in front of the screen, as an example. So going from 4 hours a week in front of the charts, I'm now at 48 hours a week in front of the chart, as an example. So it's become significantly more, and I'm taking more trades, but I'm also taking lower quality trades and all of that stuff. So from that point of view, for me, the biggest thing about routines is balancing where I spend my time and where I don't spend my time. I know from my past that routines to me is very important. So I will wake up every morning same time. I will go to bed every evening same time. My lunch is at the same time every day, and I make sure that I stick to it, because for the longest time I had no routine and I always struggled with my sleeping patterns and stuff like that. So when it comes to routine specifically, the idea is that it should service you, and it shouldn't feel like a job. Like I have to really work at maintaining this this routine. The routine must service you. You must be able to have enough time for your family. You must have enough time to do household tasks. But each individual person would know the amount of time that they need in order to complete a certain activity. So maybe for you, Pedro, you spend 6 hours a day in front of the chart, but you know that you have to travel a very long distance every day in order to go and do shopping, as an example.
Mhm.
And you do shopping once a day. So the idea would then be, I am going to cut my trading time a little bit shorter so that I can actually have enough time to go and do my shopping, as an example. So each person is going to be individual. So the idea would be, are you a night person or are you a day person? Where do you tend to have most of your trades? What is more comfortable for you? What is it that you need to do in a day? You have certain obligations. You have people in your life that you need to also be present with, friends, family, all of those kind of like stuff. You need to balance all of that. And you can't just say, okay, in the week I'm working and on the weekend I'll have time for all of that stuff. You don't know what's happening on the weekend. You don't know if some sort of thing happens and you now no longer have a car and you can't go and see your friends, that kind of like thing. Once again, sleep as well. Sleep is super important. Make sure that you get the amount of sleep that is healthy for you. It's not necessarily going to be the same. Like myself and William, we're awake roughly the same time, but he goes to bed like 3 hours later than I do.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a similar routine. We're at the charts roughly the same time. We have outside of trading stuff that we are also busy with. So it's just trying to find that balance, and the balance is going to be personal. It's going to be what is the best for you. But I think it's going to be a trial and error kind of thing, where it's going to take you some time to realize this works and this doesn't.
What was one thing, like when you transitioned from part-time to full-time, that you thought, okay, for example, I presume most people, when they go through that transition, they are planning, like they're making plans. Okay, maybe when I go full-time, this is going to be my day. Then of course, are you disciplined enough to follow actually that routine or not? That's another question. But what was maybe one of the main things that you felt like, oh, okay, I actually need to implement this specific thing if I do want to start being more disciplined, or maybe something that you thought it was kind of important. You know what, this actually it's not really work for me. Maybe I can actually scratch this thing completely. I know from working out, reading, going to bed on time. You mentioned going to bed on time was really important. Like anything that stands out that you remember. When I started to implement this thing, this helped me.
Two things. The first thing is taking holidays, taking time off.
That's interesting.
That was one thing that while I was working or I had a paying job, there was allocated time for time off. So you would have a holiday, and if you're on holiday, you're on holiday. You go away, you do your kind of like stuff. Since transitioning, I haven't taken a holiday.
Okay.
Because I have this idea in my mind that I'm my own boss now, and I need to control when I get, my money. So it's not a thing of you show up and you get paid. It's like you show up and you're going to lose money maybe as well. So it's that constant grind mentality. So the importance of taking time off was one thing that I completely underestimated. I underestimated the importance of taking time off. And then the second thing that is super important that I also thought initially I was going to have enough time for, and that not end up having enough time for, was exercising, which William would know, I've reintroduced exercise into my daily routine now. So the idea that I did not manage my time in the day properly was the actual cause, was the big issue. And that's the biggest difference between having only 2 hours a week in order to do your trading versus having all of the time in the week to do your trading, is you mismanage the time that you have. And I think that was the biggest thing that I realized about going full-time. It's just like my time management was horrible. Where when I was a part-time trader, I made the most of the little bit of time that I had. And now I have infinite time and I'm managing it poorly. I think that's the biggest takeaway for me.
Yeah, no, that's really, really important. Like, time management is everything. I always recommend to people that they take their time going into full-time trading. Like, seriously, don't rush it. I was a full-time trader, and what I mean by that is trading was my primary source of income right up until probably end of last year. And then I was still working weekend stuff, so I was still doing like door work. And then the only reason I stopped doing door work is because I had another side hustle that I work on in the background that took over that income. Like, never solely rely on trading profits alone. I think it's silly given how volatile the markets are. So many people want to go full-time trading. So many people want to be like, oh my God, yeah, you're not a successful trader until you're a full-time trader. It's like, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I understand why someone would think that, because it's the freedom that it involves. But when you become a full-time trader, like Rich has just fantastically described, you've got to really learn time management. I was the same as Rich. I thought, yeah, I'm a full-time trader now. Guess what I did? Just absolute brain rot on the markets. And I burnt out. I burnt out probably within the first month. And then I started realizing that I was over trading, and I actually lost profitability because of my over trading. And I ended up over trading because I had more time than usual. Whereas a massive part of being a part-time trader is enjoy it. You'll always find profitability quicker as a part-time trader because you are not at the markets as much. You've got to find a routine around your day job. So let's say you work 9 till 5. Let's say you work, I don't know, 5 till 12. Whatever that work schedule or whatever that shift looks like, you must plan around that. And then you're not going to trade on the weekends. So when you're a part-time trader, when you're working full-time on a day job, you're able to gain profitability quicker because you're not over trading. Yes, okay, you may miss a couple of fantastic setups, but at the same time, you're not taking setups that you wouldn't necessarily need or want. So you're able to take better setups. Now, when you go into that jump from part-time to full-time, always have a side income, always have a weekend job, even if it's going down the local pub and pulling pints. Just covering a little bit of bills, just covering a little bit of something, so you don't feel like you're stressing and you need the income. It's something that's absolutely massive in my eyes. Okay, now, if I lost absolutely everything in trading, I'd be in trouble. However, it wouldn't be hard for me to mitigate that trouble because I have got side hustles that are coming through the pipeline and in development. So I've still got other side hustles. I've never, ever, and I'll say this in front of everyone, I have never been a full-time trader. I have, because most of my hours in the week go to full-time, go to trading. Most of my time and effort goes to trading, and most of my source of income is through trading. Now, however, I don't solely rely on trading, because I know that if trading goes down the pot like it did 2 months ago, I went through a 2-month drawdown period, and the past 2 months I've been clawing that back. I've been earning nothing on this particular account. Okay, yes, I've got other accounts that are in a little bit of profit. I think I just banked 1.6% this month on 1.6% today on one of my other accounts. So that was nice. That's going to pay me. But at the same time, it's about making sure that you don't need the money. You're doing it for the right reasons. And that is another critical reason why a lot of people want to go full-time, is they rush it. And they just want to be able to go, oh my God, yeah, I'm now a full-time trader. I got all the time in the world. Rich has just made a fantastic point of how having all the time in the world can sometimes not necessarily be beneficial.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that.
Yeah, it's a good point, because especially for someone that is again, one of the main things with trading is the word freedom, right? And they think also not just financial freedom, but also freedom of time. But in reality, people struggle when they do have too much freedom, and then when they kind of in control of their own time, and that was maybe for the first time, kind of normal people that are not kind of trading, they felt it during COVID when they finally had to work from home, and there was not exactly anyone checking over their shoulder what time they are kind of sign in or sign out on their work, and the traditional 9 to 5 most likely start to extend to maybe they were finishing our work at 7 or 8 because you didn't manage your time correctly, and now you are trading way over hours than usually would do so, and that's maybe a struggle even for someone that is working just remotely from home. Because as Richard mentioned, structuring your time is really difficult. When did you feel like you have all the time in the world, especially in trading, when it feels like the more time you look at the charts, maybe you are missing out on some opportunities. So you have that a little bit of FOMO mentality until you realize that you're not beneficial. You're actually kind of giving money back to the market just by over trading. And so I think we do need structure, and trying to find a routine that creates that structure is really important. For myself, I do spend a lot of times in front of charts, and I do struggle a little bit to be focused on other tasks when I'm actually at my desk with all the monitors and the I struggle. Kind of my best kind of work outside trading, if I want to create some content or to think a little bit, it would be more on Sundays because the market is closed. So I know that there's no distraction from the market, or maybe Friday afternoon, kind of I switched off a little bit. Okay, the week is done, and I kind of can focus on something else. And the best thing to do actually just get my laptop and go somewhere else. Like even get out of the traditional of my normal desk, just to get some other level of energy or whatever. That helps me to focus. That's why for me Sundays are actually quite important, because the work I do on Sundays I cannot replicate during the week, because again the distraction from the market being on or being open, or all of a sudden can maybe another ring, it's distracting and not beneficial at all. On that part. No, that's really important in terms of sleep. Everyone mentioned as well. I think being able to stay disciplined, I think is really important, because that actually is going to be reflected afterwards into trading. Interesting enough, there was a period a couple of years ago. I was always a guy that would kind of press the snooze button and kind of wake up maybe 10 minutes afterwards, the first time the alarm ran off. And I noticed as well that sometimes I was kind of overthinking a little bit on my own execution, kind of lacking that immediate action of maybe taking the trade, kind of the same thing as kind of pressing the snooze button. And I kind of made to myself that I would stop with the snooze button. Like as soon as my alarm comes up, I'll stand up immediately after that. Like that was kind of a practice that it may look like it's not related to trading, but actually it's helped me to stay more disciplined and actually act like that. As soon as there's kind of that trigger, I execute. There's no more second guessing at this point. Delaying something. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying, I love that. I love that. You just get up, just stand up, get out of bed, get out of your comfort zone for a minute when that alarm goes off and you don't want to go back to bed. It's because I'm the exact same as you. I really struggle with my sleep. I'm a massive insomniac. I can't sleep to save my life, and I'll end up working. I live on my phone. Like I'll distract myself from the charts. I'll walk away from the charts, but then my phone comes with me, and I'm always working on my phone. So like when I can't sleep at night till like 2-3 in the morning, I'm just standing looking at like lying there looking at the ceiling. I'll just go on my phone. I'll go on my phone and I'll be working from my phone. Whereas like in the mornings, then my brain's like, oh no, I'm tired. I want to stay in bed. Do you know that there's a trick? You drink plenty of water. You wake up first thing in the morning, busting to go to the toilet. So you got to force yourself to go out and pee yourself. So you force yourself, go to the toilet, and you've woken up. Then you're like, oh, I'm awake now. I may as well stay up. But like
Two things.
Getting up for me is such a hard thing to do.
Two things. Be assertive.
Yeah.
First and foremost, if you're going to do something, make the choice and do it.
Yeah.
So in the morning, if your alarm goes off, make the decision, take ownership of it. The moment my alarm goes off, sit up. Throw your legs out of bed. Get ready to stand up. Be assertive. Take that decision. Take ownership of it. That's the first thing. Now I've forgotten the second thing. as I was explaining
Amnesia.
Beautiful.
No, seriously, I've literally, as I was explaining the first one, the second one just went.
Yeah, oh man, I get that all the time. Yeah,
That was good.
I know what you mean. Like, thing is though, if I was to do that, if I was to like throw my legs out of the bed, sit up, put my shoes in my sliders or my Crocs or whatever I got, because I try not to wear shoes in the house, so I'll put like my sliders on, and I'll be like, right, okay, nah, I'm going back to bed, and I'll literally lie down, like I'd have to do what Pedro does and literally just stand up for a minute, just stand up and just stay there, drink a bottle of water, because then it'll kick. Like, water in the morning, I cannot recommend enough. Don't hit a coffee. Try and leave it as long as you can. Try and leave at least half hour to an hour. You want to leave an hour if you can, but if you can't survive without that coffee, I know some of you can't. I certainly couldn't. I've managed it now. An hour after waking up,
Remembered.
nothing but water.
You remember the second one?
Okay.
I remember the second.
Nothing but water. Absolutely nothing but water. So wake up, sit up, stand up, do whatever you want to do, whether it's Richard's method, Pedro's method, stand up, and then do Will's method. Guzzle a bottle of water. Like, I mean, drink as much as possible, kickstart that brain, wake everything up, wake the whole body up, then try and go about your day.
Okay, the second important thing.
What's the second part?
Make time for play.
Yeah, that's important. That's
If
important with that.
If you're only focusing on work, your brain doesn't switch off. Your brain never really gets that dopamine hit that helps to reset it, to help you continue the grind. Find time to do something that's outside of trading, that's outside of you being in front of your computer, that's outside of the idea of I have a thing to do. I have to do this thing. Like responsibilities.
Even if it's finding a hobby with a friend.
Yeah, like have that thing just be something that's outside of responsibility. Just something to enjoy. Like play golf over the weekend, as an example, even if you don't like golf.
Well, yeah. Like Griffin says, why not have a total brainwash? Yeah.
Yeah, that's really important.
That's a low-key trigger, that a total brainwash. I don't know if I like the word brainwash, but dude, I completely agree. Have a brain cleanse. Let's call it brain cleanse, not brainwash.
Or Marcus.
Yeah, have a complete brain cleanse. Yeah, dude, a stiff whiskey. Maybe not in the morning, but can't be a good stiff whiskey. I mean, I like it on the rocks, but each to their own. Three cubes of ice and a double shot. Yeah, of Hibiki whiskey, the Japanese whiskey. Wow, they do their whiskey right. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, the guys find time for play, as Rich says. You've got to take time for yourself. I am the king of this. I mastered this so early on, and I think it was the youngster in me that didn't want to be at the charts all day. When I realized after my burnout that I didn't want to trade anymore, like I'd been so obsessed with the markets going full time that I didn't want to look at the markets. I started over trading a little bit, and I was like, dude, this is boring for me. I don't like this. I don't want to do this. This isn't what I thought I was going to be doing. I thought, well, why is that? And like I said, like we discussed yesterday, ask yourself why. Why am I feeling this way? Why do I not want to trade anymore? Why do I hate what I'm doing? And I realized that I'm just burning myself out because that's all I'm doing is looking at charts and charts and charts. I was looking at 101 different assets. I was trying to overtrade. I was trying to find analysis and trying to find trades that aren't necessarily there. And it was just completely wrong. Well, for me anyway, like you guys got to find out what works for you. But for me, that was completely wrong. And then like, I think my brother or my dad invited me out for coffee. Like, they were all going off because we work very close to the family business. Like I could 2 minutes time and I could be on the family business, chatting to my parents, chatting to my brother, and like asking what they're doing for the day. And they called me up and they were like, "What you doing? We're all going out for lunch. We got to go get a couple of bits for the business. We're going to go out, have some lunch, have some coffee. Do you want to come with us?" I was like, "Oh, I got so much to do. I got to do this. I was listing things off, trying to be a busy businessman when I didn't need to. I was like, and Dad was like, William, chill out. Like, what the hell are you doing? You're working on your computer. Like, relax for a minute. He's running a multi-million-pound business, and he's not as busy as me. He was like, Will, you're a busy fool. I thought that's a fair point. So I went for lunch with him. Went for lunch with him and the family, and went for a coffee and all. And I thought, wow, I he's right. I don't need to do this. I was like, I came back to the charts and I felt 10 times better. Like my life had just completely shifted. I found that passion again for the market. I was like, I'm excited to get back to the charts. I'm excited to get back to the market. I found my passion again just from taking a bit of time out. Time out and time away really resets the brain. It resets everything. It resets your passion. And not only that, it actually helps reset the markets in your eyes. When you get so involved in price action, so I'm going to bring my chart up now real quick, if I can. There we go. I have shared my screen, haven't I? Okay, good. Well, I just had a technical difficulty. That's why I just got completely kicked off the stream. My Wi-Fi went down, but it's back. So looking at the charts now. So let's say, for example, we caught this sell on the way down today, which was super cool. Now, let's say, for example, I'm looking at this, and I'm trying my hardest to buy. I'm pushing that buy. I'm like, come on, up we go. Come on, let's try and find a push. Let's try and find a buy. Let's try and find some longs over here in gold. And I'm really trying to force that to happen when it's not happening. Instead, what can I do? Okay, so let's grab my, I'm not going to try and draw a straight line. I'll draw it all nice and sexy in a minute. So let's try and draw a straight line here. Boom, there we go. Okay, we got that idea. We got the current lows. We've got potential points of reversal, I'm identifying where I want to see, like what I want to see, where I want to see it, how I want to see it, So I'm identifying all this. Next minute, okay, cool. I'm going to go up to trade in. I'm going to set an alert. Boom, I got an alert there now. Now that I got an alert, guys, these are fantastic things. They're called phones. You can get your MetaTrader, you can get your CTrader, you can get your TradingView all on your phone. Go away from the markets. Don't overwatch the markets. I'm going to delete all these because these crooked lines are doing my head in. OCD's kicking in. So yeah, guys, just take a bit of time away from the markets and understand that you don't need to be constantly like eyeballing the markets. The markets are going to do what they're going to do whether you're there or not. Set alerts, draw stuff up, and walk away.
The nice thing about having a little bit of fun every day within your workday is that you have something to look forward to after you've completed a whole day of responsibilities, as an example. So you can have, even if it's 20 minutes in a day, as an example. I'll take my wife as an example for this. She's recently gotten into wood carving. So she's a very artistic person. So obviously she has a corporate job, and then when she's not at her workspace, she needs to reset. Otherwise, she burns out because she's not getting enough creative stimuli, basically. So what she does is whenever she has a break in the day, she'll have a coffee she'll make her coffee and a lunch. Like she came to do that earlier. She made her a coffee, she made a lunch. She goes outside and she takes her tools with her that she uses to carve wood with. And then she just carves 20 minutes, as an example. By the time that her coffee is finished, she comes back to her workspace, gets focused in again, carries on. And every single time she has a little bit of a break to break the monotony of working and the looking at her work screen and stuff like that, she just introduces a little thing that she really enjoys, and it just resets. It just resets everything. She can come back to the market refreshed, ready to go again. You don't have to do it every day, obviously. You can do like Will said, you can have a whole period that you're not at the markets anymore. But you're already burnt out by that point. You will already burnt up. So if you had small little things that you could incorporate every single day that could make that burnout stagnate for much longer, do that if you can. And it can be the simplest, smallest little thing. It might seem to Pedro and myself and William like, oh, this is a silly thing to take as a little break or as a little breaker. But for you, it means everything because it helps you reset and refocus. And add that to your habit every day so that it's something that you can look forward to later in the afternoon or in the evening or something like that. Just something that breaks your routine a little bit to help you maintain your routine. basically.
Yeah, dude, absolutely, man. Yeah, literally, just find something that, find something that works for you. You know, without it working for you, I know what you're smiling at.
Yeah.
Seen that. I saw that comment too.
Thanks,
Dude, if
Cam.
she took a knife to your wood, I'd run. So does she do like the hammer and chisel wood carving, or does she like whittling with a knife?
Not with a knife, but with actual carving tools.
Yeah. Fair.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's sick.
it's not.
When do I get my art that she's made me? Because do I just if I got her on Instagram now, do you want me to just message her and she can send me over my art, or are you eventually going to send it to me?
Are you still on about that? No, mate. I'll send it to you tonight.
So for those of you who don't know, we were chatting about about art and about Mrs. Butler doing her art, and she is a fantastic artist. Like, as you can see behind Rich now, she made that painting and all those paintings on his wall. Now we were chatting about. I was like, "Oh, do you reckon she can paint me?" And he was like, "Yeah, man, give me a photo to show her, and I'll get her to paint you." So I was like, "Oh, sick, yeah, sweet." And I said, "Tell you what, if she does like an awesome job, I'll hang it up. You know, I'll hang it up on in my office." And this must have been earlier on in the year, maybe end of last year. And I was like, "Oh, mate, by the way, how's Mrs. Butler getting on?" "Oh God, she finished that months ago." I was like, "Didn't fancy sending it to me." He's like, "Dude, I'm so sorry, I forgot." I'm still waiting for that art. Like, I'm still waiting for it. Like, Mrs. Butler's probably watching my stream every single day, being like, "Why hasn't he? Does he not like my art? Why hasn't he got it on his wall?"
Why has he not thanked me?
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
why hasn't he said?
has failed to deliver.
Yeah, why hasn't he said, "Mrs. Butler, thank you very much for that art of me"? Oh man, but yeah, no, I totally agree, man. It's about finding something that works for you. You know, my dad and I play golf. I do enjoy my golf, whereas my brother and we go to karate. We do combat sports. You know, karate, boxing, gym. So you know, I've always got something to look forward to at the end of the day. You know, so tonight I'm actually going to the dojo. I'm going to karate. Tomorrow I think I got gym. I haven't been boxing for a while. And then I need to go out and get my golf clubs when the sun comes out properly and not too wet and drizzly, being in the UK. And then I'll go out and play some golf with my dad. You know, and sometimes we'll do that at the end of the day or halfway through the day. That's the luxury about being a trader, is you choose when you do it. It doesn't matter what you do; it matters when you do it. And just taking those small breaks, even if we go play 9 holes, even if we go play 3 holes, and it takes us hour, 2 hours, if that, you know, that's lunch. That's a break. It's time away from the market. You know, and like, I think Anastasia plays paddle, which I'm still baffled to what it actually is. it's like tennis, but like with walls involved. It's like tennis / squash.
Yeah,
so
kind
you know,
of.
she plays paddle. You know, I've never played paddle. You know, some people play ping pong, some people play pool. It's about finding what works for you. I know a couple of guys in our community, they go for runs. I know Richard started running now and started jogging. So
My legs are
running,
strong.
if that works for you. Yeah, so it's about finding what works for you guys.
Yeah,
I'm
my
really
poor legs
struggling
today,
with
mate.
controlling my lighting over here.
Yeah. Guys, thank you very much for sharing all your insights. We'll head off. But yeah, it was really important, and many people are saying that maybe they would prefer us to start looking at the charts, but this is also important. And this is actually something that's going to help you with consistency and longevity in the markets. Because if you don't get this one right as well, no matter how good you are with your technicals, we are going to struggle and to actually find some of happiness in the charts. But yeah, thank you, Rich, thank you, Will.
Pedro, legend. Have a great day, mate.
I'll see you Thursday.
Go take a break,
guys.
Go take a break.
Sean, thanks for the question, though. Question.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Pedro. Back to DGen.
Yeah. The thing is, I love questions like that goes beyond just the charts, because trading is so much more than just the stuff that's on the screen.
Dude, am I blurry?
Yes, you are. But no, you're still blurry.
Huh.
Bye.
No, don't kick me off. I was just turning my camera off.
I wasn't doing anything, mate. You're still
Emily,
blurry.
leave me alone.
You're still blurry.
Am I still blurry? Dude, what's going on,
Yeah.
man? Why is my camera being a fool?
Like, there's no latency. It's just you're a little bit blurry.
I've only started having this issue. Like, someone pointed that out yesterday that I was
But
blurry.
it's just your camera.
But then I came back.
It's just your camera, mate. It's
I do need to get it's literally just a Sandstorm standard camera. I really want to get myself like a nice proper camera for the webcam. So
I mean,
That's really
I have a webcam and no issues ever.
I've always had issues with this. It like throbs. It's like ooh, ooh, ooh. It like zooms in every now and then. It's like, what are you doing?
It doesn't do that at all. Like it's whatever's in focus, it keeps the whole thing in focus. Like now, you're frozen. Okay, I think Will's internet has dropped completely. Maybe that is the problem here. Yeah, no, I think Will's yep. Bye, Will. Yeah, most people's webcams are 1080p and his is just 2p's at the moment. Yeah, I have a Hikvision. It's a very cheap, very, very minimalistic one, but it works. It does exactly what I need it to do, and it doesn't need anything more than, or doesn't need to do anything more than that. All right, so it's goodbye, Will, and you're only with Richard. All right, guys, so everybody's been asking for gold. And as it stands right now, gold... There we go. I believe I said this yesterday. When it comes to gold, we've been so not overbought, but like so bullish that every now and then, this is the daily chart, every now and then we have a day where we have a little bit of a pullback, and then a rally higher, a pullback, a rally, a pullback, a rally, a pullback, and so on and so forth. But the thing that I started noticing is the fact that our retracements are becoming larger as our rallies are becoming larger as well. So in this case, where we are now, we've had 5 days in a row of rallying, a full day of retracement. Yesterday we had another rally day, but it did not really break. It was almost equal highs yesterday. It was slightly lower or slightly higher. You back, Will?
Hello. Dude, man, I don't know what's going on. Like, it's sunny outside as well. Like, I don't understand why my internet's been bad. So yeah, sorry guys.
It might be a services issue.
Possibly, man. Yeah, possibly. But if I drop out again, I do apologize. I will keep coming back and harassing you guys.
Yeah, I was just doing a bit of a run through with gold. So we're on the daily chart here, and I remember mentioning this yesterday in terms of what gold was doing, mentioning that the rallies are strong, but every time we have a retracement, a day of retracement, it's becoming a little bit larger. Every subsequent rally day, bearish day is becoming a little bit larger, and now we're having a little bit more often, as an example. So on gold, if we just go down to the 4 hourly, on our stream this morning, we were talking about this happening over here being similar to what was happening over here, as an example. So they're not mutually exclusive, but they're also like similar enough in the sense that when you have a retracement from an area, sorry, that's the wrong tool. I want to use this one. If you have a retracement like this, and then a little bit of consolidation, and then the breakout, gold doesn't tend to really come and retest that breakout because we've been so bullish for so long on the 4 hourly specifically now. This is the first time where in the last 2 months where I feel like we've had a retracement, an attempt at a break, and now the retracement again testing that area. So price is coming down, and this is the 4 hourly, and the 4 hourly is still printing a bearish candle, we have another hour and 40 minutes before this 4-hourly candle closes, there is a chance that it could potentially close lower than the previous 4-hourly candle, in which case there's a support area down here, which was reacted upon 2 days ago on Friday. Well, not 2 days, last week Friday. And we can potentially come and test it again with gold, even though gold is super bullish for the last however many days, however many weeks, it's been super bullish. Just something to take note of is that I don't think gold is going to particularly be selling off that crazily. Like it's going to lose all of its value, and we're going to, gold is now going to swing to all-time lows. I don't know. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that just be careful when you are busy with retracements. The retracements are becoming stronger. They're becoming larger. They're becoming more frequently, or they're coming in more frequently. So just take note of that when it comes to gold.
Yeah, we're losing that just consistent bullish momentum now. Now we're starting to find that sort of little bit more equal playing field, buyers and sellers. We're starting to see a little bit more strength coming into to the sell side of things.
Yeah, the fight between the two is
yeah, and it's starting to make it nice to trade. It makes it very hard to trade when it's just bull bias. I mean, in theory, it makes it easy to trade because you buy. It's going to go up. Whereas, it's when to go up, when to take profit. It all gets very difficult to trade when it's just bull bias. Whereas when you got, bull, bear, and they're constantly fighting it out, it makes it a bit easier, for me anyway, it makes it a little bit easier to navigate through the markets. I prefer to see that. Also, guys, there's well over 200 of you watching. There's like 250 of you watching, which is incredible. And only 82 likes. Guys, I'm going to give it till 1:30. At 1:30, I'm going to refresh the YouTube page, and I want to see well over 100 likes, a little bit like yesterday. Guys, let's see if we can get better than 118 likes. I left it 10 minutes, and we had 118, and it was from about 80. I think it was 84. So let's see if we can absolutely smash it and get better. Say again.
I think we got to just over 104, just from you asking.
No, we got to 118. I refreshed it after 10 minutes. We got to 118. Yeah, so guys, let's see if we can better than 118 likes by 1:30. That'd be absolutely sick. There's over 200 of you watching. That's sick. That is absolutely awesome, guys. So first things first, thank you very much for sticking around and listening to me and Rich. If you do have any trading questions, drop it in chat and we'll answer them as best we can. Don't forget we have got a couple. So again,
I feel like we're a little bit behind on chat, quite a bit.
Yeah, well, I'm very behind on chat because my computer literally said no to me. Good opportunity on the NASDAQ. What do you think for selling? So I'm actually looking at the NASDAQ now, so I'll bring my chart up so you guys can see. There you go. Oh no, I'm not. Oh, see, this is what I mean. Stupid.
You're not sharing, are you?
I know I'm not sharing. It's because my computer crashed. Right, can you see this okay? Right, okay. Yes, so this is the NASDAQ. So we've got we've got a break structure to the upside. We got that break and continuation up. A lot of bull strength coming in. We got the low, we got a higher high, got a higher low, got a higher high just printed now. Right now, we're starting to see a bit of bull bias on the 5-minute, moving up to the 15-minute. Can I reset chart? Let's try and this looks a bit messy. Hang on, let's try and clear this up. There we go. So on the 15-minute, there we go. I thought my computer crashed again. So we're not seeing much. It's a bit of consolidation. We see price dribbling down, and like if we look at the candlestick characteristics, and I go on about this a lot because this is what my discretion taught me, is candlestick characteristics are something to keep an eye on. And what I mean by that is understanding the action of the candle. If we look how short and stubby these candles are with the amount of wicks to the low side and the rejections, we are moving down, and we've got a big bear candle here. We are struggling to move down a little bit. Every time we see like pathetic candles in a direction, it's usually followed by consolidation. And as we can see here, dribbling down consolidation. this would tell me one of two things are going to happen. We're going to have a breakout to the upside or a breakout to the downside. But either way, hopefully we're going to find some bull momentum or some bear momentum. Now, we are approaching New York session, and the way price is going at the moment, if I jump up onto the hourly, I'm assuming we're going to get a bit of bear momentum, and that's going to be a pullback before continuation to the high side. I think I'd like to see something come down a little bit further, or maybe down into this imbalance here, which looks like it's going to be around about a 50 to 60 fib fill. So that would be really interesting. Drop back down to the 15-minute.
Did NAS hit all-time highs today?
I don't know. I don't think so. Equaled. Oh, maybe it wicked it actually. Yeah, I believe so. I believe it probably would have wicked all-time highs. No, I think it equaled it. I think it equaled all-time highs. So I think we're going to get a pullback. Let me just catch price up. There we go. So we are getting bull momentum on the lower time frame. If we're looking at it forecasting for now, there seems to be bullish momentum. The bulls seem to be taking control a little bit more. However, if we're looking on a higher time frame, like the 30-minute, the hourly, and looking at potential price overview of structure and where it could go, then I think we could be looking for a pullback before a continuation up. But definitely, I like to look at candlestick characteristics, and that's why I say, see what's going on. And that's what I love about consolidation zones, is it is basically candlestick characteristics. You're identifying the character and the personality trait of that of those candles. Like if we look here, we're seeing it dribble up, dribble down, dribble up, dribble down, and then we're starting to push down a little bit lower. We fall below this, and now we're sort of zigzagging down. So we are moving lower until this point here, where we had 3 bull candles, and we can see that the bull candles are starting to get a little bit stronger when it comes to the wicks. There's less wick. There's more decisiveness in it. There's more, they're trying to decide on where to go. However, got validated by this big engulfing bear candle here. Wick to the upside, taking highs, testing this high here, and then closed below the previous bull candle. So it's like, okay, that's invalidated that idea. There should have been a little bit more rejection to the downside. Had there been a bit of rejection to the downside, we could have seen some potential upside movement. For me now, let me draw a straight line, so I'm happy with it. Fantastic. There we go. Love that. We need to see a break above this zone here for me. I do like the idea that we broke and closed above this zone. But, having said that, that's like yesterday, guys. It broke and closed above internal structure. But it wasn't my overall structure. It broke and closed above internal structure. I could have taken the trade, and then it rallied big time, and I could have smashed like 3-4% from it. But it wasn't valid enough for me. Now, that was a winning trade, and that would have been a bad winner because it was technically an invalid trade that I would have taken. Same's happened here, guys. I could quite comfortably, quite easily take this buy now because we got a break and close above internal structure and then ride it up. However, if it reversed and took lows, then I'd be frustrated at myself because I took a buy when it was technically invalid, because I'm going to delete this now. And then you can see our overall structure. We can see our overall direction, and it's oscillating. It's sideways price action. But if we look at the candlestick characteristics, it starts to give us a little bit of something on the direction it may want to start turning into. So that always helps me. Euro, you took some nice sells on Euro earlier, didn't you?
Yeah. I had an overlapping trade. So an entry and then an overlap entry again.
Yeah, nice, man. I rate that. I marked out this. So I marked out this on stream earlier on this morning, and then we broke and closed underneath here, and I was like, yes, that's what we like. Big bear close momentum in the direction of trend. Trend is friend, and then we got a pullback into this zone here, but I was napping. I was feeling like a poorly boy. I was feeling sorry for myself, and then boom, sell off. I think you caught your sell here, I believe.
Is that the 5-minute?
Yes.
Are you on the 5-minute?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
The first one I got,
Is it here?
that
it
was the
here?
second one. The second one was on that candle, and the first one was on mine 10:45, so it should be 9:45 by you.
So 9:45.
Yeah, 9:45.
So here. Because
Yes.
it's a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit. I think I got to add 2 hours on for this terminal. So 11:45 on the terminal, which should be here.
Yeah, it's on that just before that massive drop candle on that one.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Yeah.
the secondary one was,
I'm guessing here. This would have been the trade that I would have took. 11, 12, 1, 1. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
Before that one, yeah. Just the red candle just to the left of that one.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, that makes sense. I rate that. I would have jumped in, maybe not on this one. I would have jumped in probably on this candle wick here. So I would have taken some deep drawdown for a bit, or not deep drawdown. Probably would have put my stops either at the high here or at the candle high here. So I mean, yeah, I would have taken deep drawdown had I have had a higher risk entry or a higher risk stop loss. But then I would have hit TP on this one quite nicely. So yeah, I really like this trade that you took. I wouldn't have taken this one, but I can see why you did.
the
really
reason
nice
why I
trade.
took the second one was because we dipped lower than Tokyo, basically. We pushed back into Tokyo as we opened up London, and then London was just struggling to go down. It was slowed momentum down, and then it retried to test Tokyo low and just completely failed on the 15 and on the 5. And then I just decided, you know what, it looks good, like it wants to carry on going lower, entered it, and I got my 1 to 2 on that one.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, really nice one, man. Griff saying, "Hey guys, sorry to miss the stream. I have COVID, bro. That's so unlucky, man.
That sucks.
That's gutting, mate. Well, we're sending all the best to you, bro. We missed you today. I was looking forward to our Griff session. So,
yeah.
Get well soon, mate. Yeah.
Our Tuesday Griff.
Soon, bro. Yeah,
there is a question from Adrian Roa that's asking, do you guys think gold at 15-minute will take Asia and UK low and then go back up? There was, or will it continue moving downward or downside? And then he's asking, I am new at trading. I'd appreciate a bit of guidance. So Will has already gone through gold, but I believe it was on the 5-minute. Adrian, can if you're new at trading, why are you sticking on the 15-minute? And I'm not like questioning why you're choosing the 15-minute, but rather what is your reasoning for wanting to trade the 15-minute specifically? And then on the 15-minute, exactly as Will was saying, we're stuck currently within consolidation. So if you can just go to the 15, the exact same thing you're seeing on the 5-minute, you're seeing on the 15-minute. We had consolidation yesterday. We had a breakout, which then went to basically equal all-time highs. And then we started drifting down again back into that consolidation phase. And now we're consolidating yet again within it. So it's tough to say whether or not we're going to have a continuation lower or even a reversal and then continue back to all-time highs, because the structure right now is not indicating anything. It's consolidating. It's creating equal highs and equal lows within this time frame, within the 15 minutes, as an example. I've seen quite a lot of videos and somehow majority of the times after taking Asia lows or highs, but I've already lost too much already. So the idea of the Asian high or Asian low, it sometimes works and sometimes it doesn't. People use it as a breakout strategy where they take, for argument's sake, the lows or the highs of a previous session as the breakout point. And then if we break out of that area, then people would want to trade in the direction that it's broken out of, for argument's sake. What time frame is it consolidating? We're talking about the 5-minute and the 15-minute at the moment, born in 2944. We're just referring to the short-term viewpoint on gold at the moment, where it is slightly going lower. If you look at the 5-minute wicks and the candles, but it is effectively just stuck in this little bit of an area right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Gold for me, if I'm honest, I'd love to see it hold from here and then move up, something like this. That would be textbook for me. But what do I honestly think's going to happen? Knowing my luck, because I'm not trading for the afternoon now. I'm just going to chill and take a bit of time, like we discussed earlier on with Pedro. Knowing my luck, it'll do a little bit of this and just until about 10-2, and then it'll come under here, and then we'll get price go again, and then it'll move up here, and then we'll get a pullback, something a little bit like this, and then my textbook will come through New York. My textbook trading will come through New York when I'm not at the charts, and then we'll get some highs just like that. This is what I honestly think could happen to gold today. I'm not saying it's going to happen. This isn't financial advice. I'm not saying take this trade when it happens. But if it does happen, this would be the trade that I'm taking. However, I'd love to see it happen today. And what I mean by that is in today's session for me. So I'm not trading in New York session. I think there's rumors floating about that me and Rich may be doing something with New York after that poll that we put out. You guys absolutely loved the idea. There's like an 87 or 86% win rate of us, or saying that we wanted us on a New York session. I don't know, what do you call it? Success rate? 87-ish% of you wanted to see us during New York. So, I mean, that was pretty sick. So if that is the case, then that was super cool, man. It's awesome that you enjoy. We have fun. We love what we do. We're passionate about what we do. We're serious about what we do, but we like to have fun while we do it. So you will get degenerate jokes with us. You'll get like just chilling, banter. You'll get us just being absolute muppets sometimes, but we are very serious when it comes to our industry. We are very passionate about it, and we love what we do. I am a profitable trader. I've managed to core, like, I was 7-ish% down. I think since September, like, I'm very open with my history. It's hard not to be, given the fact that you literally see it every day. But since September, since joining the 5ers stream, all of these trades have been placed live on stream. I've done $3,769.12, $134 commission, and I've banked net profit of $3,637.75. So I'm very open and honest when it comes to my trading. I know my capabilities. This account I actually got funded live on stream as well. So everything I've done has been live on this account. So that's pretty cool. So we are very serious in our industry, and I don't trade New York session at the moment. Certainly not on this account anyway. So it would be pretty cool if maybe we end up doing a New York session with you guys, and who knows? Then maybe gold will start setting up for me in the New York session. Maybe I'll show you my S&P, US 30, and NASDAQ strategy. Who knows?
We'll get to a few of the comments, but Will, there's a comment that just popped up now that I think needs some attention. So Adrian is asking Henry, is obviously replying to Henry, a comment that Henry made. I'd appreciate if you could dedicate me 5 minutes of your time. I really find it hard. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, and I'm at the edge of stop trading. So, Adrian, I don't know what experience you have in trading or where you've gone to find that experience, but the advice that I can give is go into the 5ers Discord or even onto the 5ers website as an example. And they have a few free courses, free videos that you can go and have a look at to give you a semblance of what is good trading practices. They have risk management videos. They have videos on not necessarily specific strategies, but ways of looking at the market. The second thing is find yourself a community. Find yourself a community that has like-minded people that also want to improve. And then in that way, like Remy has just placed it here. Start your trading journey here at the5ers.com. That is a great place to start. Really great. With that, get a community. Join a community of people that are like-minded, that want you to learn along with them. Because that is what it's going to take. It's going to take not just yourself, but yourself and like-minded people to get you to the point where you feel like, yes, I know what I'm doing. The third thing I want to tell you is, if you are struggling right now and you're on the edge where you're feeling like, I want to quit trading because things are just not working out, stop trading. First and foremost, stop trading. Don't place another trade on any of your accounts just yet. Go back to the stuff that I've just mentioned. Go and have a look at the communities. Go and have a look at some of the information that's there on the 5ers website, as an example. Go through that. Talk to the people in the community about these subject matters, and then go after that and open up a demo account, and then test some of the stuff that you've learned on that demo account. Don't spend another dollar of your own money or on a trying to pass another evaluation if you haven't done this first, because in the long run it's going to make all of the difference for you. So that's my advice. Those three things: go to the 5ers website, get yourself into a community, as a part of a community, and then the third thing is get yourself a demo account and get used to testing the stuff that you've learned on that demo account before you start trading your normal account again.
Yeah, I'm going to leave this here for just a second because I'm going to give my little 10 cents on it. Everything Rich has said has been absolutely fantastic, but I'm going to challenge you, and it's going to be from me to you, Adrian. This is just for you, bro. I'm going to try my hardest to remember your username. I want to see you in every single day. I want to see you in every single day. I do not want to hear that you've quit. I don't want to see you fade off into the background. I want to see you here every single day. I'm going to challenge you to post in the chat every single day, preferably when we're on, not when the other hosts are on, because I won't see it. This is a challenge from me to you. I want you to come on and give me 3 positive affirmations every single day. 3 things that you've done positively to help build in your trading. And I don't mean, guys, I've won, guys, I've taken a stop, guys, I've journaled. I mean, I want you to come on and say, I've studied risk management for 10 minutes today. I learned about self-awareness. I learned about self-control. I learned about psychology. I understood overtrading. I want you to come on and say, today, I'm going to work on my breathing exercises whilst opening up a demo account. I want you to come on and share your journey with us, and I will personally be here watching you, and I will personally be here and be your trading buddy, because that's the last thing I want to hear is a trader saying that they're going to give up because of the absolute garbage that goes on in the false community of trading. The 5ers are a fantastic place to be. Welcome to a very healthy community full of traders who genuinely want you to succeed, as well as, guys, we do have a community as well, the Apex Brotherhood. We only promote success in trading and in life. So it's another very positive community. I don't know any other communities like the Apex Brotherhood or the 5ers. That's why we're so well connected with each other. So you don't need to find another community out there. You've got one right here in chat. Every single one of these guys will support you, and I am almost begging you not to give up, because I have been in your position, and I am genuinely challenging yourself to come on every single day at 11:30 to 1. It doesn't have to be for the whole session. You don't have to watch the whole thing. I want you to come on and tell me what you have done to be better every single day. And I guarantee you, within a year or two, you will be a complete different trader. I'll tell you what, I don't know, if you manage to get yourself profitable and you show up every single day, I'll have a word with some of the top dogs and see if I can do something about bringing you on. So guys, like this is how passionate I am about making sure traders stay to their success and stay to their word and make sure they don't give up. Dude, you've got a buddy. You've got a buddy in trading, and that is us. The 5ers community is a fantastic place to be. Get yourself in the Discord. Join their Discord, and feel free to join our Discord as well, or come watch our live streams in the morning. Me and Rich and the 5ers, our community and the 5ers community, that we're all very much aligned. We're very positive in when it comes to trading and when it comes to life and health and well-being. Pedro as well, he was talking about daily habits. Habits are something, and routines are something that will make and break a trader. By the sounds of it, you have taken your last straw with it when it comes to mindset. Dude, that sucks. It really does suck. But we've all been there, man. We really have all been there. There's not one single trader in this chat or in the 5ers community or even a host. There's not one single trader out there that has not been tempted to give up. So you're not alone. Yeah, you're not alone. You're part of a very strong community full of people who genuinely want you to succeed. So, dude, don't go anywhere. The best thing you can do is stop trading for a minute. And if you ever feel a little bit stressed, dude, it can even be outside of trading. Like you can be thinking about your trading and like maybe your heart starts to flutter a little bit. Maybe you start getting a little bit stressed. Maybe you start to sweat a little bit thinking, oh my God, just take a breather. And literally just stop and take 3 deep breaths. And this is what I mean by deep breaths. It's in through the nose, hold it for 1 to 2 seconds, and I mean really fill your lungs. And slowly out through the mouth. And I mean really exhale and fully release everything in your lungs. Do that 3 times. So hold it for 1 to 2 seconds, back in through the nose, hold it for 1 to 2 seconds, out through the mouth slowly, hold it for 1 to 2 seconds, and repeat that 3 times. And it will really help you so much. It's helped so many people in sporting events, so many people in trading, so many people with anxiety, with sleep. My brother, he's very much like me. He doesn't sleep very well. His breathing exercises have started to help him sleep. So guys, just believe in the process and do not
nice little segue there.
Yeah, you only give up, or you only lose when you give up. So as long as you don't give up, you will never lose.
Nice little segue there, Will. Where Born in 2944 asked, any advice on anxiety when positions are open?
Breathe. Yeah, breathe, man. So it depends. If your position's a little bit larger than you may want, then understand what are you doing and why are you doing it. Understand, are you over risking? Because sometimes anxiety comes in. All anxiety is stress in the body due to an action that you may not be used to. So if you've done something 101 times over and over and over and over again, the chances of you getting anxiety over it are very slim, unless you've done something slightly different. So for example, if you've done something 101 times at 0.1% risk, and then you put a full risk on, but you've still done the same trade 101 times in a row, but now you've just quadrupled your risk, then you're going to have a little bit of anxiety over it because you're adding in a different variable. You're adding in something, a bit of change. And, we're all creatures of habit. I hate change. I'm a creature of habit. So when something different in my life goes on, or when I've been forced to change, I get a bit of anxiety. It's healthy. It's normal to get anxiety. I finished with LLTF and moved over to the 5ers. Dude, I got anxiety over that. My trading took a massive dip and I stopped trading. I went to swing trading and I held a position over a month and a half, 2 months. I got proper oh my God, what's going to happen? I'm a bit nervous. I've got anxiety. Is my trading going to be affected? Only until middle of September, they start to really kick into gear a little bit. And I was like, oh, I feel a little bit better now. Okay, I'm starting to kick back in. My anxiety is coming down. The best thing you can do when it comes to anxiety in placing a trade or having a trade open, 2 things. Ask yourself, are you at full risk? How much are you risking? Can you risk less? Are you over risking? And then second one is, dude, just breathe. 3 massive deep breaths, like I've just demonstrated, and reassure yourself. Positive affirmations. Reconnect the disalignment between your internal self and your external self. There's actually a short on the 5ers YouTube of not YouTube, on Instagram, of me explaining. I think Rich actually asked me to explain your internal self. There's a short on the 5ers Instagram explaining what internal and external self is. And I'm not going to go too much into it because this is a super deep topic, but basically the internal self is your sort of internal voice. It's the voice that you reassure yourself with. It's the voice that you give yourself negative reinforcement with. It's the voice that will never leave you. Basically, it's the voice that's always going to be there when no one else is. It's the voice that you're going to go to sleep with at night. It's the voice that you're going to wake up with in the morning, and it's the voice that is going to be there in your most stressful times where you don't talk to anyone else about what you're going through. You have an internal voice reassuring yourself. So positive affirmations reassure yourself and understanding what's going on. Your body is just like a car. Your internal voice is the driver. Your external voice is the car. You're telling yourself to do these actions. You may be joking, like when you call yourself a muppet, or you're an idiot, or you took a loss, you suck. All these things is like, it's just like kicking your car, man. You're telling your body all these negative things, and then eventually you're going to come back, and your internal voice is going to start believing it. So always try and be positive with yourself. Reassure yourself. Tell yourself what you're doing is tested, and it's got data-driven analysis behind it, and really make yourself feel confident about what you're doing. If you still don't feel confident about what you're doing, there's a good chance you're over-risking.
So I used to really struggle with anxiety, especially if I'm risking more than what I am comfortable with. And Will knows this about me, but I'm somebody that I really strive to get comfortable with being uncomfortable, because the idea of being uncomfortable in situations is usually due to the fact that it's the unknown. You're not sure as to the outcome. So when there's any action that you're trying to take and you're not really sure of what is the outcome that you can expect, it usually is associated or aligns with the idea of anxiety, because I'm somebody that I want to be in control of my situation. As an example, trading, you have zero control over what your result is going to be. The market is going to do what it does. So disassociate with the idea that what you do is going to matter within trading, or that you have any control over what the market is going to do. What you do have control over is your strategy, your risk management, your psychology, how you interpret. Those are the things that you have control over. Those are the things that you can physically control to a point. Obviously, I'm not saying you can always control your psychology, but it's something within your control. It's your internal locus of control. Focusing on those things gives you a sense of reassurance. So if I'm focusing only on following my plan, I'm reassuring myself that if I follow this plan, the outcome is going to be positive. As an example, regardless if it was a winning trade or a losing trade, it doesn't matter. The outcome is going to be positive because I followed my plan and I have control over that. And the idea that I'm following my plan and that it reassures me has reduced my anxiety about entering trades that are slightly larger than what I'm used to, as an example. That was one of the things that I tried doing to try and curb the idea of anxiety. The second thing was I completely disassociated the importance of that trade. So normally, if you have anxiety when you enter a trade, it's because you put a lot of emphasis on the importance of that trade. I have to win this trade. I have X amount of losses. I have to win this trade. You're overvaluing the importance of a single event, where the idea is that multiple events and the overarching theme needs to be in line. So I am constantly trying to make sure that if I enter a trade, that I don't weigh that trade up or blow it up to the point where, I have to win this trade. If it loses, I'm going to lose my mind. I devalue the importance of that trade. So those are two things that have helped me to battle my anxiety, because I do experience anxiety. I in general, I have anxiety overall, exactly with what Will has explained. Breathing techniques, exercising, meditation, inflection, those are all very, very, very good things that you can do outside of trading to kind of help yourself manage your anxiety or deal with anxiety. But on a trade-to-trade basis, it's very difficult because we overvalue the importance of that one trade. So Try
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
try and disassociate the importance.
It's so easy to do as well, guys. It is so easy to do. But it's also the hardest thing in the world to do.
I was about to say, as easy as it is, it's as difficult as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. So once you get yourself over that first hurdle, it becomes easy. Make it habituary. And what I mean by that, make it a habit. Make it part of your routine. Your routine doesn't just mean what you're doing physically. Waking up 7 a.m. every single day, going to the gym 7:45 every single day, 7:30 every single day, getting to the charts at 8 a.m. every single day. That's habituary. That's a habit. That's a routine. But so is 5 minutes meditation, 5 minutes affirmation, 5 minutes of positive reinforcement. It's all part of a habit. It's all part of your routine. Journaling at the end of the day, self-reflection at the end of the week. Rich Wells does this, his weekly ASR. I'm not going to go too much into it because it's not mine, it's Rich's. But I'm sure he'll discuss it at length with you guys, given that I know that he loves to discuss this side of things, especially with him being the performance coach of the 5ers. His weekly ASR is part of his habits. It's part of his ritual. It's part of his routine. So, it becomes easy. But getting there, it is hard. But, it's one of those things. Nothing worth doing is easy. No, sorry. There was a T-shirt that my dad gave me as a kid. And he used to do triathlons. And at the end of a triathlon, usually you'd get a T-shirt. And he gave me this T-shirt. And I mean, like now, I'm bigger than my dad now, like quite significantly. I'm taller, bulkier. And it's quite tight on me. However, I wore that kid and it was like a tent on me. And I remember at the back, it said, nothing great is easy. Or there's nothing worth doing is easy. And I've actually got it. You can see it on my Instagram story. If you go into my motivation highlight and you skip through, you'll be able to see it. I've actually taken a selfie in a mirror where it's on my back, and it's like nothing great or worth doing is easy. It's something along those lines. I'll have to try and find the T-shirt. I've still got it to this day because it resonates. Because nothing that is worth doing, guys, will come easy. It all comes at a cost. And sometimes it's just worth gritting and grinding through to get to that beneficiary. I love this. Just come here for the first time. Already love you guys. I want to be your buddy too, dude. What's that? iPad Fly. You're more than welcome. You
know what I just envisioned? This massive fly and this guy sitting next to it, just like tapping the fly on the head. iPad Fly. Good fly.
Dude, you're welcome in our you're welcome as our trading buddy, and please, if you like what we do here, subscribe and leave a fat like. Actually, no, I haven't. We've gone a bit over. I haven't actually refreshed it, guys. I'm sorry. Let's refresh the page. We're wanting 118 likes.
While Will is doing that, I have promised Richard Wells that I was going to do this every single Fiverr stream. I did it yesterday. I'm going to do it again today. Guys, every Thursday and Friday after the Fiverr stream, usually like quarter to 5 UK Standard Time or somewhere around there, he goes live in the Discord, the Fiverr's Discord, where he has conversations with the people in chat. He has some psychological information that he likes bringing up and, talking about certain habits and whatnot. So anybody that's in the Fiverr's stream right now, if you would like to be a part of something like that, go and join Rich's quarter to 5 Coffee with Traders session Thursdays and Fridays. So much value to be had there. Yes, Pooley. 15:45 UK time. So quarter to 4 UK time.
Yeah, quarter to 4. Yeah, I forget you're an hour ahead.
Yeah. That's why I was I remember if it was
guys, I know we've gone a little bit over, so I'll pretend to take off a couple of likes. But we have got 133 likes. That is absolutely incredible, guys. We really appreciate that. We love the support, so thank you so much. Keep racking those up. Let's see if who knows? Let's see if we can get to 150. Oh no, never mind. I was gonna say it's 1 o'clock now. I was gonna say before the next guys come on, let's see if we can get 150 likes. But Oh, dude, we're coming to the end of it, man. Time
No,
flies.
dude, we
when
can
you
do
have
it.
fun.
We can do it. 150. Yeah, we can get 150
Guys,
likes.
come on. We got to do like another 20 odd likes. Oh, no. I tell you what, no, we got to do another 12 likes. Another
Dude, it's
12
easy.
likes in
It's
less
easy.
than a
12
minute.
people
Guys, come on.
click the like
Absolutely smash it.
Just click it. But yeah, guys,
Guys,
let's
it is
just
cool, though.
like
Yeah.
finish the thing that I wanted to say. The amount of value that you can get from the performance coach, in this case, Richard Wells, not just on Thursdays when he's joining us for the 5ers stream, but in the Coffee with Traders. It is so much value. Go in there, join, ask a question, get an answer, and you get it straight from Richard Wells. Like straight from the 5ers performance coach.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely,
like,
man.
and it's free.
Just the value in general is absolutely mega. You know,
And
on
it's
the live
free.
streams, in the Discord, it's just huge. You guys are amazing, dude. We love that. Thank you, dude. Guys, by the way, it's just said 150 likes. We've done it. Oh, guys, you absolute legends, man. That's it. We love that.
What's up, guys? How's it
What's up,
going?
Yo, Jonatan, what's good, man? How you doing?
All good. All good.
Very fun, Commodore.
What?
Very fun, Commodore.
No way, really? That's crazy. Well, did you learn that like before the stream?
No, actually, that was when my wife and I were trying to learn Swedish. That was one of the sentences that absolutely stuck in my mind.
Nice. I thought that was some.
Göteborg. That was one of the replies.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Well, that was a good try, man. It's a good. That's wonderful.
I'm just gonna
Good
see
attempt.
it. I'm just gonna see it. Yeah, same. Yeah. Oh,
All right,
cool
guys.
things.
How we didn't have Griff in today. He's feeling feeling a bit sick, I believe.
My Griff is poorly.
Yeah, same with Derry. Derry has got some virus. Probably the same. You know, to be fair, they live on the same island. They do.
I mean, Derry had finished the 5er stream yesterday with me, so it must be because he had to spend extra time with me that made him sick. So
Yeah,
Dude,
probably it's
that's
like,
what
oh
me-
no,
I think
god
that's
damn
actually
it.
what's making me ill.
What if Rich comes on
I'm quite
again?
sick at the moment as well, but you know, I'm a real Welshman, so I'll come on even when I'm ill. So Derry, come on, man, pull yourself together.
what are you
Griff,
talking about? You're a real Welshman. Where's your Welsh? Not Wanglish.
Do you know? Do you want me to come with a proper Welsh accent? Do you? I'm a proper Welshman. So Derry, I don't know what you're talking about because you're not a Welshman if you're gonna come on and say that you're sick now. Derry.
All right.
Hill.
So
Guys,
have you
who's
been?
Griff? They're both Welsh. Shocking.
You been making any money today?
Yeah, I made about $500 this morning, but guys,
Nice.
look at gold. So this is what I said about gold. You know, knowing my luck, we're gonna wick below. We're gonna wick below at the end of the session when I leave. Was that Welsh or Asian? Well, oh, dude, I know. Yeah, it did sound a little bit Asian at one point. We're gonna start moving back up. I'm hanging out with the missus too often, guys. I'm inheriting her accent. And then we're gonna move up when I leave, and then it's gonna pull back during New York. And so far, at the moment, it seems to be playing out exactly how I thought it was going to be, which isn't what I want. It isn't what I want. I want to see it. I wanted to see it move up earlier so I could take it during this session. But guys, sorry, but I'm not placing a trade on stream with you guys today. However, you know, I did take a nice gold short earlier, so I banked about 0.5%, $500. But it's not too bad.
All right, good stuff. So today it's only gonna be me. We have Derry being sick, so it's only gonna be me. Then we're gonna have Victor coming on as well a bit later.
How many
So
people are off sick at the moment? It must be a fair few.
Yeah, I
Well,
guess
it's flu
it's like
season, isn't it?
they're we're moving into winter here, and same with the UK. I mean, it's that time of the year when the flu usually goes around, I believe. And I guess for my point, my part is usually time when the kids get sick, and then we get it from the kids.
That's why I don't have children.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wish I
that's
didn't
why.
have children either. No, I'm kidding. I love my children. So-
I love my children. They are
I just
my
said, yeah, I
world.
love my children when I don't have to do anything. Yeah, no, Rich, that's not why you didn't have kids. You've been banned from having kids. They're like, no, there's enough of your type in the world. We don't need any more Richards.
Yeah, the one day Pooley and I had a discussion about that. Pooley was like, "Dude, we don't need more people like us." Unfortunately, he didn't follow his own
Yeah.
advice, so I decided to follow his advice.
On that really strange bombshell, guys, I'm going to head off and officially break my fast with some healthy food, not with a Jaffa cake. So, guys, I hope you have enjoyed what we discussed today in Street.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, I don't know why that keeps happening. It's not supposed to
I
be
don't know what just
happening,
happened
obviously.
then.
Yeah,
But yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining. If you have enjoyed what me and Rich discussed today, guys, I'm sorry that the markets weren't quite doing what we wanted to. There was no trading day for me on the Fiverr stream, but do hit that subscribe button. A lot of you guys, really resonated with what we said and discussed today. So it was super cool. You guys absolutely broke the like button. So that's amazing to see. So guys, keep smashing that like button. And if you are new here, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. So guys, on that bombshell, I shall see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining. And we shall leave you in the very capable hands of Jonatan.
thank
See
you
you
all.
later, guys.
See you tomorrow.
Samesies.
Right.
Have a good one, Jonatan.
Yeah, good
I'll
one.
see
Have
you.
a good one. Take care.
Cheers, guys.
All right. So what I am looking at right now is obviously I'm in this USD JPY trade right here. We're in a 4.7 on trade right now. Man, I feel tired. I don't know. I feel tired. I've just been staring at the P&L, and it's just fluctuating so much that it just gets tired just watching it. Just making too much money. It's a good problem to have, but it's tiresome. It's a tough life. Having to think about like where should I put the money. I'm kidding. I'm not making that much money. Not at all. Not even close. Maybe I'm just tired from all the previous losses. And now I'm starting making money from trading and all of that. All of the previous losses, like finally relax. Anyway, so this trade here that I have on USD JPY, when I was on earlier today, we looked at. This is a good have coffee. Yes, I should definitely have coffee. I only had like my morning coffee. So when I came into the stream in a morning session, I had my TP around here, so that's a 2.74 R trade. But then I looked at the daily, and I thought, you know what? What did we talk about in the beginning of the stream? We talked about we talked about the importance of thinking in probabilities. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, get this book. Even if you do know what I'm talking about, but you haven't read this book, Trading in the Zone, get the book. Okay, get the book. Man, it's amazing. It's an amazing book. It's an amazing book. There's a couple of chapters in here that I really, really love. I'm obviously not gonna be reading it out loud here. But I'm working on an article, and that article will be made into a presentation that I will be hosting here for you guys here at the The5ers. But first, I'm going to be writing an article about how I've built a very solid structure, a habit stacking routine for implementing the fundamentals of trading psychology from this book. Anyway, we talked about the importance of thinking in probabilities. Now, what does that even mean? Right? First of all, knowing about probabilities, just having the knowledge doesn't mean that you're actually thinking in probabilities. You have to actually put it into practice. So what is the practical part of understanding probabilities? So we know that let's say you have a trade coming up, and because of your average win rate on your last, let's say, 1,000 trades, your average win rate for your last 1,000 trades is 50%. Okay, so for your next 20 trades, you can be certain that about 10% will be winners, about 10% will be losers, right? 50% win rate over the last 1,000 trades. Now, it doesn't mean that the probability is, that you're going to have exactly 50% win rate on the next 20 trades. But let's just assume that the win rate is going to be the same for the next 20 trades as we had for the last 1,000 trades, right? So the next 10 trades, or the next 20 trades, 10 of them are going to be winners, 10 of them are going to be losers. So you get a setup. Okay, you got the moving averages running nicely here, and your idea is to buy the retest of the 20 EMA on an uptrend. So here you got price, retest of 20 EMA. Here's your trigger. You got a bullish engulfing candle on the 20 EMA. That's your trigger. It's not time for you to go long. Okay, and you're looking at this and you're thinking, oh, look at that. The risk to reward of this trade is 5, and I'm at break even on my hypergrowth account. So if I risk 2% on this trade instead of 1, I'm going to scale my account in just one trade. That's amazing, isn't it? It's absolutely amazing. But if your average risk per trade is 1%, and you're now all of a sudden increasing your risk to 2%, you're no longer functioning from a probabilistic mindset, because you have no idea when those 10 winners are going to come. You might have, 10 losers in a row and then 10 winners in a row. That's still a 50% win rate, right? So you don't know what sequence the wins and losses are going to come into. So if you're increasing your risk just because you think this particular trade has some type of higher probability than all of the other trades, guess what? You're no longer trading. You're no longer trading your edge, and you're especially not thinking from a probabilistic mindset. You are gambling. You're doing something completely different. You must just take that money and put it into a casino and lose it all. Because what you're doing right here, that's gambling. You're not functioning from a probabilistic mindset. And for me, one of the most important things is to notice when the thinking patterns appear for me to make this mistake. So what are the first thoughts and the first emotions and the first triggers that come into mind before making a decision like this? Because I know that it's a decision to increase risk like this that will take money from me. I will lose money doing this. I will become unprofitable if I do this. So I have to stop myself from doing those mistakes. A lot of times we take the decision, we take the trade, we make the decisions, and then afterward we realize it's a bad idea. If you want to become a consistently profitable trader, you need to be able to function from a probabilistic mindset and not only think in probabilistic terms, but really function from that probabilistic mindset in practical terms. And that is what the article is all about that I'm currently writing. I'm gonna link it to you all in here in the live stream when it's done. Anyway, so we're gonna look at gold as well. Sam says, will this article of yours be coming out in 2026 or 2027? That is that's a really good question, actually, and I will have a deep and honest conversation with my friend, Procrastination, and we'll see what type of plans he has, if he even have any plans at all for that article. I have many plans. I am supposed to be writing a book as well. Supposed to be studying for CMT. Supposed to be recording all those videos. Supposed to be going through that backlog of things. But now, no, let's not do that. Let's start a new product. So yeah, maybe 2026. For all of you talking about Discord, we do have a Discord server at The5ers, and you can find the Discord server or the link to the Discord server if you have an evaluation account, a funded account, or had a funded account, or had an evaluation account. You log into the hub, and you'll find, I believe, in the lower left corner of your screen on the dashboard, you will be able to find a link to the Discord server, where you will find Richard. You will find Rich Wells, I believe, is it called? Rich. And Victor in there. And also LJ does... we do not have a Telegram, no. Maybe we do. If we do have a Telegram, I don't know about it. Right, so this is USD-JPY. Now, the reason why I increased my TP all the way up here is because I looked at the daily. And we are now quite far away from the daily. If the daily candle is going to close like this... Oh, Modest Mike says there is a Telegram. I didn't know. Where do people exit the find the Telegram? So if we draw a fib from this low of the daily, I have my entry and stop loss down around this level. And if USD-JPY is bullish and we're going to continue higher, it shouldn't come lower than the 50%, I believe, of that daily. So I looked at this and I said, you know what? Looking at the daily and the overall structure for USD-JPY, I do believe that yes, there is a possibility of coming up and hitting that low. There's even a possibility of hitting that trend line. So what's the risk to reward of this trade right here? I might close it right here for a 2.5 R, which is not bad at all. But to really increase my risk of long-term success, I know I need to let the winners run, and I need to take the opportunity when the opportunity rises to have big wins, because it's the big wins that will propel the equity curve higher. It's the big wins that long term will cement the long-term success, basically. If I only look for 1 hour or 2 hour setups, I need to have a significantly higher risk to reward, which means I need to win more often. I need to succeed in my analysis more often. But if I have a couple of really big winners throughout the year, I'm able to be wrong on quite a lot of occasions. It also leaves a bigger room for error. I'm able to make more mental errors in my trading and still make money. Now, what I'm doing is I'm trading from the perspective as if I would be an owner of a casino. All right. Now, we know that you can go in a casino and you can get lucky and win millions of dollars, right? You can walk out of that casino and make millions of dollars. But does the casino care? No, they don't care, because that's part of their edge. Some of the traders are going to have really, I'm saying traders, but I mean gamblers, right? So some of the gamblers in the casino, they're going to have really big risk to reward trades, right? But most of them are going to be losers. Most of them are going to be losers. Just like in the retail trading space, 97% of people lose money. On average, if you look at trading space or the casino space, they have a very, very small edge, maybe just 50.1% edge. But then over thousands and thousands and thousands of plays and a huge amount of money being bet on different games, they are eventually going to make money. The house always wins. You want to make sure that you're the house. You want to make sure you trade from the perspective where you are not a house, but the house. You don't want to be a house. If you're a house, maybe you should instead look at going for a run and eating less calories. We don't want to be a house. We want to be the house. But thinking in terms of probabilities. Right. Thank you, Maya. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I do know that I have a lot of potential, but thank you. I'm not sure, though, if this all the dots. This sentence makes me think that, shut up, you know what I mean? Like, makes me think that you're just telling me that, like, you have potential because you talk so much, ... which I also am very good at. I'm a very multifaceted type of person. Give me a subject and I can talk about it like I know it for a long time. Okay, with that said, what's happening right now in the market? Let's try to get a view of the overall market. We got the dollar The dollar being strong, dollar strong, good for the dollar. Oh, Maya says, dots means sky's in the limit in your case. I like you. I like this person. Henry says, yes, Jonatan, we know you're special. Thank you, Henry. I'm pretty sure you're fairly special yourself. Ooh, I just got a message from my bank. I applied for a loan. You know what's funny? My heating is gone here, so I'm absolutely freezing. So I applied for a loan at the bank to buy a new heating pump, which cost 15K. Luckily, I made 5K trading last week, which is awesome. And if this gold trade hits TP, I'll make an extra... $160. I can't be right. Oh, it's the wrong chart. No, so I'll make another... That's the wrong chart again. What am I doing? What am I looking at? Yeah, so I'll make another 1K on this trade on USD JPY. But I still do not want to pay it all because I can just put it on my mortgage and then I don't have to pay it all and I can invest the rest of the money, right? So now hopefully they have not denied me. Oh wow, really? We got the money. Holy shit, we got the money. Yo, I'm rich. Got the money. I got the money. All right, let's log into my bank. You know what? I asked for way more than I needed. You don't know what bank I have, so don't care about reaching out to them. But I asked for way more than I needed. Is this fraud? Nah, I don't think so. Are we live? We are live. This is not fraud. All right. Probably should be thinking before I say things on a live stream. But anyway, got the money. Let's go. We take that money, we put it into gold. That's how we roll. Yeah, everyone wants to see gold. I know, everyone wants to see gold. This is the top for gold. Gold is going down. Do not long gold. You're happy? Happy now? You want me to give the money away? You think I take a loan and then give the money away? Who do you think I am? Some type of philanthropist? No. It's not the way we do it over here. Right, okay, so are we now going to go long on the gold? I think this is the top for gold. Right, okay, so we're at the very low. Why is my phone just keep doing all of these sounds? Do I not have vibration on? Like why? My son just texted me, can I get seven kroners? So for those of you who don't know, 7 kroners is like $1. Nah, it's not good to keep the money. Gotta keep that money. $1. Think you have to do the dishes. Tough life. Can't just get everything for free. It's not like I have a bunch of money on my bank account all of a sudden. Right, okay, so. Yeah, right, Pool is like, the bank messaging me like, oh, I'm sorry, I sent to the wrong person. You, actually you're banned because we looked at your bank account and you're so poor that we can't even, like, we don't even know why you have a bank account. You should be gathering rocks and selling, you know, but I've just shut off the phone noise sound. Why is the sound coming through even though I turn it off? And Yeah, I'm gonna give you $1. Like, I don't even know how do you even send $1? Like, there's $1. What is that? Right. Let me just do some business here. Oh my god. Right. So I'm thinking about going long on gold here. Yes, I do think that most likely the top for gold is in here. I think yes, the top for gold is in. There is a fairly high probability that we have a top here, and I'm going to explain why I think there's a fairly high probability of there being a top here on gold. And I'm terribly sorry, guys, for having to deal with all these family emergencies when I'm live. It's actually not even close to being an emergency, so I shouldn't be dealing with this. But you know what? Family first. You know what it is. Kids ask for money. We send them a list of things to do. Like, for example, mow the lawn. And they're like, we can't mow the lawn. It's not even summer. But I said, well, try. You know what I mean? Like, try. And then they say, there's a bunch of leaves all over the yard. I can't mow the lawn. Well, then you rake the leaves and then you mow the lawn. And then you can get your $1. Anyway, so looking at gold right here. Yeah, that is a Samsung alert tone. Great, Maya. You're so good of you. No, I'm kidding. Right. Okay. So again, gold is very low, but it has also broken this trend line right here. So Marcus says RSI on nearly all time frames is hugely overbought. It at very least needs a breather. Yeah, well, you know, RSI being overbought doesn't mean that price is too high. It just means that there's a lot of bullish momentum, and when you're perhaps, you know, in a trend following trade, you might actually want to be buying when RSI is high, right? Because it means there's a lot of buying momentum, and the momentum is very high compared to what it was previously. But then, of course, you look at the patterns. You look at the trend, and could it be that when the RSI is high and this whatever? So we can look at other times when there has been some serious selling coming into gold. We had, for example, this to me looks like a very obvious type of bottom formation. I mean, the break of that low. I mean, a top formation, the break of that low was a very obvious top formation. But then you look at the overall, like the structure that we have right here. They've got the double top right here. Probably turns into an M structure right here. Might break down and looks like a. But I'm not going to say distribution because not a lot of the big players are going to be distributing gold here. But there might be some profit taking on gold here, which naturally is not the weird thing. I still have 30% of my portfolio in gold, and I'm not looking to sell any of that gold anytime soon. But you see that. I think LJ mentioned previously that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weekly bullish candles for gold, which apparently has only happened twice, and the last time was in that in the 70s when dollar went off the gold standard, which is obviously huge. So to think that gold is going to continue higher. Think that gold is going to continue higher after a move like this is, I believe it's unlikely. But we also have to appreciate the fact that before you have a top, it might not be a complete blow off top. Obviously, it's not, because we have double tops, and so what I'm thinking might actually be forming a type of range here, right? We're recovering here. We're coming back inside the reload zone right here, and I'm thinking in terms of mean reversion, and not mean reversion to the downside because I've had a big move to the upside. I'm thinking mean reversion within this current range right here. So if we assume that that's the high and that is the low, then could this be a range? And if this is a range, could we perhaps see ranging price action here? And if we do see ranging price action, we might come back and also look at this. There's definitely a good level here, isn't it? Go into the 15-minute and you can clearly see the level that I'm referring to right here. I think that is the level that we're testing right now. I think this is the support that I might actually want to buy. I think this is the range. If we're looking at a potential long trade here on gold, stops below that one, we want to be looking at a high risk to reward. I'm only interested in the high risk to reward trades. So for this to be a high risk to reward trade, I would have to have a stop loss below this level for gold, but I think it's too risky now. I think it might be a little bit too risky. I'm gonna go over to USD JPY quickly. We have time for gold, so I don't think you have to be. I know a lot of people that are looking at gold and it's moving, and you're thinking like, I want to enter a position now. Try to ignore the noises in your head that it's telling you to take a trade on gold, because you have time. And if you're feeling stressed, that's a signal. The stress and the maybe anxiety, FOMO, that is a signal. That is that's your brain telling you that there's a big fat stop sign in front of the screen to stop, take a moment, take a step back. We have time for gold. I'm going to be adding some alerts here for gold. It can be ranging in this area, I don't really care, but I'm going to be adding some alerts here. I might also be a little bit biased to the upside here on gold, because I did take this trade. I went long on this move, and that's the move that made me 10%, and I actually scaled the fund account on that trade. So I'm a little bit biased to the upside. Like, I'm very thankful for the opportunities that gold has given me. So I might be a little bit biased towards longs because that's where I made the money last time. But I feel like there is a possibility of gold bouncing here and staying within this range. Definitely. But like I said, I need to look at USD JPY because I need to perhaps think about potentially changing a few things in the setup here. So we see gold, USD JPY is breaking out very, very nicely right here. And for full transparency, I want to share with you the MetaTrader account. You see the For the USD JPY trade, this is the trade. I risked a quarter of a percent, so I risked $200. I'm on a 80K hypergrowth funded, and I risked 200. I'm currently up 531, and my profit up here is $800. So sizable trade, this one. And what I love, man, I love trading because I looked at this, right, and my son's birthday is coming up, and I want to buy him like a kid's ATV, one of those, and it's like $800. I figured, well, if this one hits TP, that's gonna be the price that one cost. And then I had a discussion with my fiance, and she's like, well, you have to buy a new heater and renovate the house, so maybe it's not the best time to buy an ATV. Which I'm like, yes, of course. And then I don't care, we're gonna buy it anyway. Like that's what you do. So and then I thought, well, if this one hits TP, it's basically free. It's the ATV is basically free. That's the amazing part of trading, well, that's a very bad way of thinking about it, but I don't care. That's the way I think about it. So now what I'm thinking is, I do think a lot, but what I'm thinking is, do I want to, this is the 50-minute right here, look at the 1 minute right here. So do I want to secure some profits on this one, or will I risk the trade coming up and rejecting here and having a deeper drawdown and then pushing higher? Remember what I talked about with the idea of making sure that we think about probabilities. We have a few levels to the downside that might be used as support here. If I'm looking to secure this trade because I feel fearful of giving back the unrealized profit and loss, I'm not thinking in terms of probabilities. I'm thinking, I'm letting fear guide my decisions, right? So how do I take myself back to the probabilistic mindset? Well, I look at the chart and I ask myself, what are the most probabilistic outcome for USD JPY? Looking at this chart, especially on the daily, the most probabilistic outcome looking at the daily is we are going to have a pullback. And it looks like that pullback might very well come down and test my entry right here. There is a fairly high chance that it's going to hit resistance around this area. It's going to pull back down to entry and take me out and I'm going to basically give back $500 the market, which obviously I don't want. What happens if I put my TP here? That's going to be a $300 win. So basically what I'm doing is I'm securing $300, which is about 1.5 R. And instead of just exiting right here and making $500, I can put my stop loss here to secure about 320, and then so I'll put my stop loss here and then put my TP above. I'm securing $320, but I'm putting in the TP up here in case it runs higher, so I'll get that 800 or 900 or whatever it is. Let's go back to gold quickly. Yes, I have the EA is also have a long setup here on gold. I'm gonna adjust it slightly like that. This is not a manual trade. This is just the EA. Gold is coming down lower right here. USD JPY continues to the upside. Now that we're getting close to the take profit, I want to look at where the... No, this is a 80K, 80. I started with 40K. One thing that tells me to exit this trade right now is the fact that we're hitting that level right here. Yes, I think the best decision is to actually place my stops here to secure about $300. And then the problem is with this though is that you can easily pull back here. Keep it open. I think that's the best decision. Place that trade instead of just exiting fully, because that's something I've done a lot. I've instead of just increasing my stop loss, I exit the trade fully instead. Let me see if I can look up the news. Do we have any news events? We have news from Financial News saying Bank of Canada October rate cut change dipped to 74 from 86 before inflation data. I don't think USD JPY is in range at all. Let me show. Well, it is in range, but it's a very big range. And the fact that it's a very big range makes me think that this is the actual direction I'm looking at for USD JPY, which makes me think like, you know what? Like, why not just place that TP all the way up here? You know, because what if it's just gonna hit that one? You know, looking at the daily, it seems like such a good area to hit, just all the way up here, right? And that would be an insane trade. But I'm not going to do that. Just continuing higher here. I'm getting a little bit. I do. The problem with live trading and streaming while you're live trading is I'm kind of getting to the point where I feel like my emotions are starting to get to take control, and the best thing for me to do when emotions take over is to take a break and take a step back. And I can't do that now, obviously. So I need to let go of this idea, let go of this trade. I have secured it with stops below that low on the 15-minute. Got my stops right here. Sorry guys, I'm just going through a few. The thing with live trading and doing this in a live stream, I need to be very focused on a few things that I'm looking at. Looking at a few numbers, statistics, because I am a trader first, and everything else comes second. There's something that needs to be done according to my trading strategy that I have to do first. Okay, so USD/JPY is definitely affecting my emotions a little bit too much. We're gonna let go of that chart. We've had someone talking about GU. I do have some ideas on GU. We see gold is dropping right now. We're looking at a 4-hour trade from the lows right here. Can even take it up just to the range EQ for a 2.4. I like that. Gold is dropping very, very quickly. I'm not short. I'm not in a position at all on gold at this time. Am I looking to go long? I think I am. I really do like the idea of going long here on gold. But this might be, you know, the beginning of the bigger pullback, because if you look at the 4-hour, the 4-hour trend has, I mean, this is picture perfect. This is price action, like a textbook example of a double top. This is exactly what a double top should look like. But it doesn't mean that gold is going to top out. It's because you have the pattern doesn't mean it's a 100% hit rate. You might have just this current 4-hour candle that's going to close in 12 minutes, but it might just close as a massive wick. And we are seeing that buying pressure coming in right now. Now taking out these lows, it's going to take out these lows as well. Probably not. Risk to reward here, I don't like. I'm gonna take it easy here. Gonna take a little bit easy. Switch over to GU because I do have some ideas on GU. If you look at the daily, we had a solid rejection here. We have a downtrend on. I'm not sure I understand your questions on gold. I feel like you're trying to. I feel like you're trying to ask me for a trade. I feel like I'm in a spaceship, you know? Just push a little buttons, everything starts moving, and I got this sound like woo, screens everywhere. Look outside, got the stars. So on the daily, we've had the obvious. I would say like an obvious trade here, but the trade is gone. The trade's gone on GU, so I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna look again on gold. Good reaction to support. I'm not in this trade. Your mom said no trade, no Ferrari. That's very true. Also, too many trades. No money left. No money left to trade. Also, who wants a Ferrari? Buy a Volvo. A very good brand. Safe, looks good. Have you seen the new Volvos? Amazing, amazing. Volvo XC90. They make it red as well. Just put a horse on it. You know, paint it red, put a horse in it. There you go. Swedish Ferrari. Good stuff. All right, USD CAD. What's happening with USD CAD? Obviously, we had the interest rates, the Canadian, not the interest, the Canadian CPI year-to-year actual 2.4%. Forecast is 2.2%. Previous 1.9. So it's higher than expected. CPI is higher than expected in the land of the slightly less free in Canada. No trade, no Bugatti. Yeah. All right. Let me just send a little message to my good friend in the European Central Bank. All right. USD CAD. I closed my trade on USD CAD around this area, but I still think the trend has definitely slowed down. All right, so LJ is saying he got eyes on 40 to 50 on USD JPY. 40 to 50. $40 to $50. Yeah, I think. Right, so LJ is looking at the 40 to 50 area, which is basically the 0.786. So, you know, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think I'm gonna close the trade because I'm currently around 3R, and yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna close the trade because I see it very, very clearly now. It's the 0.702. It's the low time frame 0.618. This is like this is the area where there's the highest probability of a rejection. It's the extension reload zone short of the trade setup. It's the midpoint of the reload zone. Yes, we can have it go. Roshan says it will go up. I'm not so sure it will. I'm not so sure it will. And you know what? I don't really care. I'm gonna close the trade. Okay, I'm closing the trade right here. Right, $520 on that one. This is the highest probability resistance of this move. For me, it is very, very clear. It is on total almost 3R. I think this is I think this is where the top is. Yeah, close the trade. like I said, I really did get affected by my my emotions here, but then I zoomed out, and I just had this feeling that of like, what am I doing? Like, this is the perfect setup. This is the perfect setup. Look at the confluence with the local short extension fib of this one right here, and then the high time frame fib level of the, like, this is, yeah, highest probability resistance in my opinion. This is the picture perfect trade. If you guys want an example of, in my opinion, what a perfect trade is, look at this one right here, and I can break it down for you guys. This will go into my journal and my trading plan as a perfect example of my trading system. So what you have here in the beginning is on the daily, you have a retest, a break and retest of a daily support area, and on the daily you also have a daily bullish pin bar right here. Going into the 4 hour, we have a very clear trend line right here. We have a 4 hour candle closing above the trend line. Going into the 1 hour, we have a break and retest of the trend line right here. And then we have another break and retest of a low time frame level right here. Going into the 15 minute, we add the fib from this low to that high, creates the reload zone right here, enter on the confirmed bounce on the reload zone, exit at the reload zone extension, the extension of this fib right here. Go out to the 4 hour, we put a fib on this move. We see that the midpoint is 0.702 of that fib is in perfect confluence of the low time frame fib. And look at the reaction that we're getting right now. Not only that, we can look at the volume as well. We go to the 1 hour, put the put volume on. Where's volume? Yeah, volume right here. Very low, you know, fairly low volume right here. Why is it low volume? Because it's the it's the closing of the market, so of course it's going to be low volume here. But then you have the breakout, and the breakout happens right here, and the breakout happens on higher volume than in all of the previous session. Okay. So that's the system, you know, that's the whole system. And you don't have to have volume, you don't have to look at the indicators, they're all shit. You just look at price. I mean, I look at the indicators because I'm an analyst and I actually get paid to look at the indicators. You don't have to look at the indicators. You know, I can do this very well without the indicators as well, but they do help. They do help to kind of get a give a idea of what's happening. What's happening with gold? We're dropping lower on gold. So gold top is probably in. Okay, so I gotta think, like, what's the reason not to buy gold here? Okay, so what's the reason not to buy gold? Because I see a lot of reasons to buy gold. Then of course we have the whole change of structure here in the 4 hour. It's very Yeah, Mike says we have another test of the highs. So looking at the 4 hour, this is, again, like I said, guys, this is the picture perfect. We also have the 4 hour candle closing. Now, what I like here is the 4 hour candle, it had a sharp drop to the downside, and then it stopped here, and then you close the 4 hour candle right on that support. I think there's a fairly high probability of actually seeing a bounce here for gold. I might actually, go long here on gold. Yeah, I'm gonna. If you look at we should definitely be breaking down here. There's a lot of things pointing to the downside here, but it's such a good level, and the closer gold comes down to that wick, the higher the risk to reward is. So at least I'm gonna prepare a setup, okay? I'm gonna prepare a setup in case we drop down to the very, very lows right here. Now, right now, the risk to reward is 3. We're getting close to very high risk to reward. The risk is going to be 0.25%, which is on the account. That's going to be $200. And the stop loss will have to be around this area. Getting closer. We're now at a 3R. So the risk to reward is picking up. And I would actually say the lower price comes, the less risky this becomes, because there is the closer we get to this level, the higher the chance of a bounce. Can we completely just break through this level? Yes, absolutely. So we're down to 4R right now. 4R right now. Okay, back up at 3R. I'm going to be buying right here. Okay, I'm in. That's a beautiful reaction right there. I like that. Look into 15. Okay, so I like that. It looks like we're coming down. We're testing the very, very lows right here. And this is a trade where I have the stop loss down here. Right. You know what I did? I didn't actually enter a trade. I enter a pending order. Gotta make sure that I'm actually doing the right thing here.
While you're making sure that you're not making any human mistakes,
Yeah.
while doing many things at once, catering to our audience, as well as taking care of your risk management in your account, which you are responsible for. So while you're doing that, I want to say hello. How is everyone doing? It is Tuesday. I hope you guys missed me a lot yesterday. I did. I did miss you a lot. Um, Jonathan, before you come back and explain to us or actually, let's leave Jonathan doing, his responsibilities as a uh, money manager, right? You are managing your own capital, not specifically, not literally, although you are, but I mean, as traders, we're all managing capital, right? Either that be prop firm, our own capital, or just as trader, you're managing risk and managing funds, right? You're not trading. No, maybe you're demoing, but that's not the case with Jonathan. So he is a money manager with however you want to
Okay,
define
I'm
that.
already up 1R on this one, so this is good. This is a really good entry right here. I entered at the very, very low of that wick right here. Now, if we can get back all the way back up here to the middle of the range, we're talking about a 4R trade. Now, if we're going to go up and test the highs, that's an 8R trade. Now, I'm tempted to actually put it all the way up here, and then when we get up into this region, is put my entry at TP. I mean, stop loss at entry, and just look at this trade as basically It never happened.
Say that again.
Because look at the trade like it never happened. Like the entry never happened, so I don't have to think about it. Like where's think about the P&L. Just imagine that I never entered this trade. Just put the
You mean forgetting
TP.
about it?
Yeah, just forgetting about it exactly.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. It frees up your mind to do other things.
Now the thing is, if so, one thing I can do is I can use this same principle as putting from the high to the low of this move, and then put that reload zone on right there. And then look at taking profits in this area. Because if gold is, even if gold is bearish, I mean if gold truly is bearish here, the highest probability area for a rejection is somewhere around this level. But if there's a lot of if gold is not bearish, then taking profits up here is going to be, man, I don't know. This is a tricky one because I do honestly see the possibility of gold coming up and testing the highest once again.
Okay. Okay. This trade, what is your main reason to take this trade? Is it because we have a trend, a very strong trend in gold? It's still making, not very long ago was breaking all records every day almost, and it is coming back into the recent low, meaning support. Is that the idea, or is it something else that you're trying to do here?
There's no reason for gold from a fundamental point of view not to continue higher. But there is a lot of reasons for gold to continue lower when you look at technicals. So first of all, the close of yesterday's candle marked the 9th consecutive bullish weekly candle for gold, and that has only happened twice in the past. The last time that happened was in the 70s when the dollar went off the gold standard.
Okay.
So it's a significant movement. We never see this from gold. So from a technical point of view, and just looking at the technicals, we can do something very simply as just looking at the 4-hour. When looking at a trend, I like to look at the time frame where the trend looks best, basically. Because if you look at the daily, this is just parabolic movement. This is not easy to do technical analysis on. But on the 4-hour, we have higher highs and higher lows, quite clean. If I might say, if you ask me, and then you have the 4-hour kind of hitting the 50 EMA on. Oh wow, look at that! It also hit that fit. Wow, man, look at the 54-hour EMA right there, which it hits on a deep. No, the 54-hour 54-hour EMA, not the 54, the 54-hour. The 4-hour 50.
The 50 EMA and the 4-hour. Yes, I understand.
Yes. No problem. So looking at trend here, looks very likely that we're gonna break down here, but we might just form a range here. And if this is actually the case, the risk to reward here is very, very good.
So you're already in the trade?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of interest in gold, and not surprisingly, looking at how the market has been behaving so far. And the big question is, is this the top? Is this the beginning of the top, or not? Because if this is the top, then you don't want to be longing. But how can we how can we be sure? We follow price. That's my answer. So I'm gonna look at gold whenever we are ready to break it down into familiar concepts to me, or order blocks, fresh order blocks, and Oh, there we go. And quasi. So let's take a look at gold, right? So from the top-down analysis or top-down time frame, not what am I saying? Top-down time frame. From the highest time frame, we can see these are projections we had before. Gold totally broke those projections. I left them still in, so you guys can reference to them from what we were talking before. We totally did we talked about this the impulse we had from last time around was totally outperform if you take it from the actually the let me take a look here from the weekly time frame. That's how we did it last time. So we measure from the compressions to the next high. Let's measure that, right? That's this move, this lag, right? If you look at from the lowest point, you can measure it from the breakout as well. um, so that's why I had that target there, just about 4,000, and we went through it, meaning we're still based on this very simple comparison to previous leg, we're still accelerating. Okay, so the legs are still getting longer. That just gives us some perspective as to where are we in the sequence. So if going back to the monthly, we don't have anything particular here to see other than just the that lag with no order blocks, nothing actually to see. The only thing is we do have a fresh order block on the monthly, which is this little slither of an order block, but we never came back to retest that. So that may or may not happen, but it does give you an idea of how strong gold has been. Doesn't need to be testing and pushing or using the order block to make its way. I think it's fair we take out this target we had on the macro level, because gold has smashed that long time ago, and actually even these I think is outdated already. So let's take them away, keep things a little bit tidier. So we have a huge we've had last week. This is the weekly time frame, and last week we've had a huge candle, and let's compare that to what the ATR is reading, right? So it is currently, or let me see, it's 138 currently, and that candle was 371, right? That is what, almost 300%, just to give you an idea of what how how expanded last week's move was, right? That gives you an idea in terms of um, ex- in terms of mean reversion. After we had such move, either that be in 1 hour, in 4 hour, daily, weekly, doesn't matter the time frame, you will automatically have a force coming back to push things into some kind of a mean. That doesn't mean it's going to break and break structure necessarily, but it has to pull back healthily before it does anything. Either, even if it's going to continue to go higher, you'll have that mean reversion force coming in. So that's one thing to consider, right? You have a very elongated or extended sequence of how many candles these are. You have 6, 8, 9 candles, bullish, straight bullish, and the last one being quite large, right? So almost three times the average according to the ATR. Okay, I don't have any trades here. We can see that the weekly doesn't offer us anything after that breakout. Let's go to the daily. Now the daily is starts giving us some more information. You have a fresh bullish order block, so we are in area that buyers previously were interested in buying, even if it's at the top, which is kind of risky, but it is a demand area, or at least it has been. It was in the two previous candles, right? So that's one thing, and automatically that gives us perhaps even perhaps a bit more of a more important signal, which is the break or the invalidation of that structure, that fresh order block. If today, right, so you start giving the test to the market, very binary test, right, dichotomous, right, yes or no. making it simple, simplifying price action analysis, right? If today closes below this level, right? That's a test. There's no subjectivity to that. Just look at the close of today. If it is below that number, then you can consider this demand area to be broken, meaning a sign of weakness or a bearish sign. Very simple, right? And you can start building your top-down analysis based on that. So it's not something we can use today because we'll have to wait for the close of today's candle still. In about 7 hours, then the level is 40, at least on this price feed, 4186.44, right? That's one thing we can take a look at. That also gives us another thing, and that this is exactly why Jonatan is looking. Maybe he didn't use order block. I don't know. I don't think you did. But this is when you are the closest to the edge of anything, that's where the highest risk reward ratios lies, right? When you are right there, close to that invalidation area of the whole price action, right? The whole fresh order block in this case. And I'm very interested. And these are exactly the trades that I take. And I don't care if I do care, but it's not going to stop me if, let's say, the market starts giving bearish signs, because being so close to the invalidation line will give you such a high risk reward ratio typically that it will be a probabilistic trade, meaning it's a low probability perhaps, but if you get in, it will be compensated because maybe the trade is, I don't know, 30% chance of getting a win. But if you win, you don't win just 1 to 3.3. You win a lot more than that. So that's one thing that I'm interested. Yes, and I see that. I would be definitely looking, just because we have an order block here today, I would be looking for a buy. Right? We are in a demand zone. You are at that. That's perfect. I like that. So in that sense, I would be looking for a long as well, without going to lower time frames. If I look at the H4 within that order block, that is, of course, I don't have any reasons looking at breaking it down through order blocks and quasis. I don't see any. Someone is very vocal here. Legion Trading. I'm not gonna put it on the chat on the screen, but those who are watching can check it in the chat. I'm gonna leave it there. But very vocal Legion, and I respect that. Right, free speech.
Well. So just order blocks came before ICT. Okay, let me just clarify that an order block is not an ICT concept. Order blocks were talked about by, I believe, Tom Dante before ICT started selling courses. So just to make sure that my fair value gaps and all of that might be ICT, but order blocks is a very old concept. It's basically, a bullish order block, the last bearish candle offers a significant move to the upside. That's not something that you read in a traditional technical analysis literature, but it has been around for a very long time.
Not only that, order block has multiple definitions, and my definition isn't the one ICT uses to begin with. So let's not generalize things. This is my order block, and I've defined it. I've talked about it on YouTube. If you check our channel and you look for the videos, not the live, the videos, perhaps in the live as well. If you look for order blocks, I think it was in November. I talked a little bit about it. If I'm not mistaken, around the 5th of November 2024, you can go check. And I talked about order blocks as well, and so you get an idea. However, Legion, thank you for watching. We appreciate your presence here. Try to have an open mind and try to learn as much as possible. That would be my advice to you. All right. So if we look at the H4, right, the order block, through the eyes of order blocks defined by myself, and the quasis, I don't have anything here. Meaning, I would have to. I ask always on every time frame: do I have reasons to go long here based on these two concepts that I use, order blocks and quasis? And the same token, do I have reasons to go short? and I'll take both of them if they have alignment and if they comply with Legion is I like that. I like you're muted, Jonatan.
Yeah. I
You're
mean,
mute.
I completely agree. So I completely agree with him.
I like that. I like that.
I like this guy. This guy's good now. I like him. Let's keep him.
He's just making sure he has a place in the chat. That's what you're very smart. Very smart, Legion.
Yeah.
I understood. I got your point. Like this. I think we can definitely. I will stop I'll stop the analysis just a little bit. Let's see. Legion is saying is getting very interested in the analysis. What are you talking about, man? He says, right? It has broken the high. You mean the equal high?
Wait,
To me,
can
that's
I
a
just jump in here and say, like, from all of all the hosts that are on here, Victor is probably one of the most successful ones when it comes to trading. Okay, so he is a very good trader, very good on technicals. Whatever he says, you should probably listen. Okay, you should probably not critique someone who is probably a much better trader than yourself. Just sort of put it out there, okay? Because it's ridiculous that we keep questioning the order blocks and everything when Victor is a very good trader and has over and over again been able to prove that. So I think it's ridiculous that we get these retail traders coming in here and they're being like, "Oh, look at Victor, he got the mask and he talks about order blocks, but I'm trading my $1,000 account and I've been break even for the last 2 years," because that's most likely the people that complain. Okay, continue.
Thank you for those nice words, Jonathan. I you know I always tell everyone who's watching here to not, run with our ideas. Don't take it for granted. Don't just swallow whatever ideas we give you. Chew on them. Be critical. And very nice words, Jonathan, by the way. But that is an essential trade that we all should have, not only in trading, in life, right? We should be critical
Yeah.
and test things. And I'm it's all fine, Legion. Keep on coming with all the questions you have, because a knife, becomes sharp and stay sharp when it is when you have it a sharpening, when it's in contact with a sharpening stone, uh, you know, frequently. And to me, that's, as long as you're respectful, I will consider you to be a sharpening knife, right? Because
I love
to the
how you when you started talking about knives, I'm like, gotta be careful now.
I mean, in the best peaceful way. I mean, at the same way as the spoken word is a very sharp sword, right? I'm a very passive, a peaceful person, but so the in that sense, our mind, to keep us sharp, we need, good critical counter arguments, to make us make sure, and we're sharpening knives by, in a way, right? um I'm not a fan of knives, by the way, just so you know, not in the literal sense. So yes, coming back to what you were saying, Legion. Let me I was something here, I think, that I wanted to touch upon, which is to say, this is I'm not sure about what you mentioned. You said it broke the high. The short, you need to price to close under the last high. Last high basic. I'm not sure what you mean. You mean this high? To me, it's an equal high to the previous one, so that's a double top. It didn't really break it. And I think you mean you need a close below the lowest swing point, not the last high. The last high, everything after that is going to be lower. So I'm not sure what you mean, but if you would like to further elaborate on your point, and I'll be happy to engage you again. But let's go back to the analysis on the 4-hour. The 4-hour doesn't give me any reasons in terms of quantities and order blocks to do anything. Yes, I know the daily I should be looking for a buy, right, a buy signal, but I don't see the H4 in the same telling us that. So let's take that line away and this one as well. The only thing we see is if I look at this leg, let me show from this point, right, from this point to that point, there is no reason for me to look for a long, short, anything. And if I look for this swing point we had, that's the same case. So basically, I understand, at least from the way I trade, right, that swing point as well. The H4 isn't telling me anything. Yes, it's a swing point. Yes, it's a demand zone on the daily time frame, but on the H4, I don't see like where the area is where H4 is telling me this is where traders are interested and are likely to coming back to buy that. So I don't see that. Yes, we have a fresh order block on that H4 before, right? This one, as you can see, it's no longer fresh and it's already been mitigated. So it's not gonna be the same. It's not gonna have the same necessarily the same reaction because of that order block. If it does come back, it's gonna be from something else. There is, however, a range now. We have these two highs, right? That has been retested, and the possibility of a range bound trade, right? But that's not based on H4 quasi or anything like that. That's just market structure. We have the possibility of a range being created here, and you could trade that idea of a possible sideways movement, consolidation move on dollar. That supports Jonatan's trade long from here, because you want to be buying a range. You want to be buying the lower side of that range, and you want to be selling the high side. So that's one thing. If we go to the H2, there isn't anything as well, short or long, basically. And on the H1, we have the first quasi popping up, which is this one. And according to the rules that I use, this would be the let me see. Is that correct? Let me double check if that's correct. The highest point here compared to that one, yes, so it is correct. So the quasi right here, that's the established downtrend. I know it's a double top there as well if you zoom in, but according to the objective rules that I follow for the quasi, it is a valid one, and it was taken out. As you can see, there's a little piece there, a little wick, very tiny, but still visible and measurable, that it took out that high, right? It didn't close above, but that's enough for the quasi to be considered a quasi. And we do have two areas, possibly, if the market wanted to move out back to higher highs using that pattern, there were two areas, one here and one there. And the issue that I have with both of them, one was not, the market did have a little reaction on the lower time frame. That's this move, right? But that's it. It didn't hold. Price came back, and that order block wasn't respected. And the next structure was in the first candle, first hour, was invalidated, telling us that there is no buying. At least the quasi isn't being respected. The entry order block aren't being reacted upon. So on both accounts, both entry order blocks, it tells us that there isn't really a defined area where you can define that entry for that daily order block. Meaning, I don't have any alignment. Meaning, yes, this is probabilistically a good trade long here, but I can't define that using quantities and order blocks. So you don't have to define it using anything else. Maybe a liquidity sweep of that swing low, right? That could be a way to getting in, an entry model. You wait for that liquidity, that swing low, and the liquidity it creates to be swept, and then you get in if you have price action coming back with force. and you can use fair value gaps or whatever price action or indicator you want to be using there. Point is, takes liquidity and it moves the other way around. Or you can use, supply and demand, or whatever else you have in your toolbox that you have experience with, and it helps you to get in. But I personally, I don't use anything else, just order blocks and quasis. So I'm looking for that long, but I don't see it yet. But I do think that going long here is a great idea. Just I cannot get in. That's just me. If you're gonna wanting to go long, then right here is the right way to do so on this time frame. And I think, Jonatan, this is a swing trade for you. So if price holds and hovers around here for some time, you're happy to hold this long, right?
So it's not I can't really define it as a swing trade because the stop loss is very tight, so I can't really define it as a swing trade. And I would say that I'm just gonna let the market decide if this is a swing trade or not. I most likely I'm gonna exit it earlier. So no, I can't really say that this is a swing trade.
So you don't know yet, but are you let me put it this way, are you open for the idea to leave this open the rest of the day and even overnight if price doesn't stop you out?
Depends on where price is. So tonight at, I would say, 8 or 9 in the evening, which is probably 3 or 4 hours before the markets close, or before there's the rollover or whatever. I'll take a decision then, because if price is just hovering around current area in a couple of hours, and it's obviously I don't want to get stopped out with slippage on during the Asian session.
Perfect. Yeah, I still need more information maybe on the H4. I don't see it, but maybe in the future, meaning later today, maybe tomorrow, we can get an H4 order block here, a fresh one. That would be the next thing that I would be waiting before I start getting in and looking for an entry. But so far, it's too early to me, right? So for those who are wondering, I think this is a great area to look for a long, but I don't have the matching dotted line, or I don't connect the dots yet for a long currently, at least through the way that I trade. But maybe using divergence, anyone can be looking and getting a valid trade for them. This looks like a very nice range, though.
It does look like a nice range, but it also looks like a very, I mean, it's the picture perfect double top as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you look up the M structure or the double top on Google, you're gonna see this. So now, what is a double top? Now that's obviously the the definition of what happens when, like, the most obvious stop in a trend is a double top, right? When it fails to make a new high after making higher highs, that's a very obvious top formation. And a lot of times you get that W, which is we talk a lot about we talk a lot about W's. We talk a lot about the double bottoms and the W's, and this is just the same thing in reverse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which is that. Yeah, a lot of times it's difficult to understand that concept, but for me, it's very easy to understand what a double bottom is, what a W structure is. We look at a double bottom, and then you have a break and retest of the neckline. And for me, that's very easy to find, very easy to interpret. But then when you see a double top, things, sometimes you view it differently, but it's not. It's the exact same thing, basically.
You're mentioning the bias that some people have for being more sensitive for longs against shorts, or the other way around.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm long, bias. For me, it's much easier to find long setups.
Yeah, and for those who are, there is a function in TradingView, Alt I, as you can see, that inverts the scale. Is that the one? Yes. If you have an I for W,
Yeah,
then
that to
you're
me, like that, when I see that, I just want to go along with size. But if you then flip it back, I'm not really sure I want to short it, you know?
well, that's the thing. That's the thing, right? That's the subjective visual thing. We need to know, are we better in visually recognizing these patterns, because that's what they are. They're patterns. And if we're not using like a very I don't invert person. I don't do that because I just have a strict rule that I follow. And if it's either yes, then I do this, and otherwise I don't do anything. But if we rely on patterns visually being recognized, and then you know that you have a bias, a sensitivity into finding longs better than shorts, then you want to be know that you can invert the scale or the chart, and see price in the best way that it is for you, since you rely on your eye. And that this goes for everyone watching us, right? That's a good tip for if I what I just described is resonates with you, then it's something you want to be looking at. All right, so let's take a look at GU. What do you guys say? Um,
I think gold is now on the lower time frames starting to show that it's at support. When I say it's starting to show that it's at support, we can add support levels on the chart, and we can say that this is support, but unless there's actual demand in that area, it's not support. We are just anticipating that previous support becomes support. So if price just falls straight through support, we can't say really that it's broken support. We can say that it broke an area that has previously been used at support, but if sellers are just overpowering buyers and there's no sign of previous support being support, then there's no demand and there's no support. But looking at price right now, we can safely say that there is signs that current area is support.
you were talking about the 50% retracement, the 50 fib. Is this what you want? Is this what you refer to? The move from last week. Actually, I took the high of this week, although it's minimal.
Can we switch to my screen? I need to show you this. This is
Sure.
the gold trade that I'm in right
I
now.
will be in the background, but I'll need a minute. I'll be right here.
Yeah, sure. So this is now the gold trade that I'm in, and as I said, we now see that this level is acting as support. So actually, guys, I closed the previous long I had for a small profit. If I look at my history, I actually made a mistake and shorted gold previously before without instead of going long, and then I immediately closed that one, and it dumped right after. So I made $121 on that one. Went long again and made $62 on the other trade. So this is the third position I'm taking on gold right now. And like I said, now it's confirming that we have that support low. And currently, I believe I have my profit up. Let's see, where is my TP for gold? So my TP for gold is okay. So apparently it's it's here. No, that makes no sense. We're not like 9R. How much money do I make on that one?
Isn't that beautiful? We make a mistake. When I make a mistake, I lose money. You make a mistake, you win money. How is that possible?
Yeah, right. And I did. Yeah, made a mistake and made some money.
I want to make more of your mistakes.
Yeah, right. So is that no? That's not where I have the TP. How could I need to go back? Okay, so TP Okay, that's the TP. I need to change this again. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. That's where I'm looking at. So I have two options here, right? Either have price come up and test that one, or just exit around this area. And I'm actually going to take profits on this one either here, or when that level is hit, I will move my stops to entry and just move my TP all the way up into this region, which I quite like as well. But I think that there's a very high chance that gold is going to continue lower.
Why do you say that?
Mostly because I've seen the analysis. I've talked with LJ about his views on gold and looking at, like, you have to remember that we're not trading just within this range in a fairly stable market like the Forex market.
Mhm.
We are trading at the top of this weekly bull market with 9 bullish consecutive weeks.
Exactly.
So we theoretically and statistically, looking at gold, we should not make another bullish week. We don't know if that's going to happen, but we do, like, the probabilities are not in and we have a double top.
Yes, I think we have technically enough reasons to expect a mean reversion trade here, a mean reversion move or a pullback, even if it's only a pullback. Not assuming anything else. I think it's highly likely that the market needs a breather. Um, Even if you are bullish fundamentally, and I am on gold, the move it's done so far um, is ripe for a healthy pullback.
Yeah, I'm gonna put TP at 2R for this one. I think 2R is more than enough for a what I do actually view as a counter trend trade at this point. So I am now looking at the 1 minute, and like I'm not really going to be trading the 1 minute, but this is actually more of a trade based on a high time frame level, but
Mhm.
not because we have this rapid move to the downside and the structure that we're seeing here on the lower time frames. I do need to manage it on the lower time frames because that is where the structure is more obvious. So once we start, let me just go back to the 1 hour here. So once we have a potential bounce here, because you see that we've had we kind of formed a range here in the 1 minute, then we broke out and we're not testing that level once again. So if we can hold this level as support, which is the where I have my entry, if we get a push to the upside and if we hit these highs again, that's simply where I'm going to move my stops to the entry. So we'll see. A lot of things can happen here for gold. That's what I'm looking at.
I do like the volatility of the market though. Last couple of days,
Yeah.
and I love it. Actually, it's there's a lot of opportunities for everyone. I think the move from Trump's tweet not long ago that made everything start moving a lot. Some pairs moved over 300%. What they normally do on a day, they did that in I don't know, a couple of hours. That was a little bit too much, to be fair. But afterwards, we've had some continued very high volatility, which suits me. And I don't know if it suits everyone, but I think that it gives a lot of opportunity, a lot of traders, being trapped, and that's it sounds bad, but that's a good thing, if you can spot them. So um, I love it. I think last couple of days has been very generous in giving us opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. I have an EA as well that went long on GBP JPY, but it feels like that one is not a great trade. But the EAs that I have connected to this account are running on very low lot size and very low risk, because I'm no longer like super confident. I know that they are profitable long term, but they're quite volatile. So I use them with very low risk, as because they're no manual labor. I have them connected with very low risk, and sometimes they do have big winners, but I'm a little bit hesitant in activating them too much.
So you're filtering them. Are you filtering them after they take a trade, or are you lowering the risk? Are you switching them off? How do you handle that? Because what you could do is let them trade on a demo, and you look at the equity curve, and when you start seeing, okay, they are reading the market correctly, then you send those signals out to the live accounts, and while they're struggling, you keep them on the demo. So you're basically trading the equity curve. Is That's one way. The other way is just to play with the risk. Instead of on off, you give them more risk when they're doing well and less when they're struggling. Or maybe you're intervening in, if you agree on the setup, on the signal, you let that run, and not then you just cut it short quickly, either, or maybe even before it starts, if they're trading pending. How are you handling that, those EA signals on GJ?
So I'm not really um, I'm not really handling them much. I'm looking at what's the what's the best risk to take, looking at the historic drawdown and the forward testing drawdown, and then I'm making sure that the drawdowns will not be very big. So that's basically the only adjustment I'm doing on them.
Okay, but you're letting them run by basically every trade is running, being taken on your accounts, or the account that you intended for them to be using as a master.
Yeah. All right. So gold stopped me out. I think we're gonna go lower now. So this trade took three trades in total on gold today. So gave back half. So basically half an hour loss. So this is not a huge loss. So that's good enough. But now that we're broken down here, I think gold is gonna go lower.
I think this is the line, that level, 4180. What is it? 4186.44. Whenever price is below that level, it will be perceived as weak, and if it closes there by, now it's pushing much lower. If it keeps there below that level, 41 86.44, maybe I should put my screen so people can have some visuals. um, so this is the level, and I'll show you guys on H4 what we're talking about actually on the 1 hour, right? That's the swing low. That's the double top that we talked about, and the level to be watching is exactly the level of the previous swing low, right? So that's 4186.44, at least on this price feed. You have to check it on if you're trading futures or you're trading other using another price feed, check yours. But as long as price is below that level, and we can, now that you've seen it, we can go to the 5 minute. As long as the price is below this level, because this level is supposed to be a support, right? That's the previous swing low. It's supposed to be a support, but when the support is broken, it will be perceived as, if price is above this level, as long as it is above the level, you will have buyers trying to buy it going higher, right? That's why you have these wicks right here. That's buyers coming in, at least in each candle, pushing it higher, and creating that wick. And you have this big push, which is the same thing. And as soon as we start um, breaking down, and candle bodilies on increasingly higher time frame are being printed below here, that will be seen as weakness. And as long as we're there, it will be looking attractive for sellers who are basically, this is a breakdown, right? It's a breakout but bearish, right? So breakdown, and this would be seen, as long as we're still there, it will be perceived as the beginning of a much lower levels in the future. So, but it will be interesting to see, what time frames are we closing below, right? So on the 5 minute, we have, we closed already. So on the 5 minute, this is broken. At least in the way that I look at price action. The 15 minute is too early to say, because we will have to close. It still has 8 minutes. It can come up and leave a wick, and you'll be considering it as a liquidity sweep or a retest, a squeeze, I say. So you'll have to see which time frame closes below that level, until going higher hourly, etc., all the way to the daily. And if the daily, that's what I said at the beginning, if the daily closes below this level, then I think that opens the door for much lower levels. Not necessarily that it's going to continue right away. It may not. Or it may have a little push down and then still go higher. But the fact that it broke and closed on the daily time frame, that's a significant occurrence if it were to happen at the end of this day. And I would be looking for a short, where you see this is the daily order block that would be created. And I'll be looking for that short later on tomorrow, right? Looking for the short in here for reasons to go short on as a swing trade. And I would be looking for on the 4 hour, which is not visible here, but we'll have to wait that for in the future. But if or any H4 order block that are being created, either here or maybe lower, for that move, because I expect this to be continue. I know it looks. Let me clean this up. So this is significant, I think, for the coming hours and possibly even days. If it closes like so, we can, it tells us what the market is trying to do, but it's not there yet. So let's wait and see what we will get. Let's not gotta get ahead of ourselves. I'm going to. Some people are looking for a possible crash in gold. I think crash is a tall order, because I don't see a reason for a crash, like a crash. A pullback, yes. A correction, yes. But a crash, not sure. But who knows? Maybe you're right. Travel Explorer 30, 34, 24. I would like to personally, instead of having big prediction, this will happen, that will happen, I would like to as much as possible let the chart tell us what is likely to happen. One thing is that daily close below this level. That's a sign that I use. That's objective. That's the market telling me. That's not me predicting or having it's based on something. It is an expectation that I would then have for price to go lower, but it's based on the market telling us. I think that's a good That's a good way of looking at price. All right. So if that's okay with you, Jonatan, I would like to go check EU, and then we
Yeah,
can
go
come
ahead.
back, take a look. Maybe we can do a top-down analysis on EU. We still have, we only have 5 minutes in our stream. Wow. How did that happen?
Yeah, it's time flies when you're having fun.
All right, so let's take a look. We have on the monthly time frame, we reacted on a monthly structure already. That's this reaction. We already had the initial reaction and the second as well. So that's nice to see. On the weekly time frame, we had a succession of bearish order block being created and respected. That's one order block right there, and another one that was created. That's the reaction we had from it. So that's a very nice structure, a nice bearish order flow right here. I'm gonna mark it so you guys can see it on that weekly time frame. So you have the first one, the second one. That tells us that the order flow, right, is on this time frame is bearish, and until it changes, I'm going to assume and I'm going to be looking for other signals for it to align with that. Okay, so I'm going to be looking to the daily now to look if we have a daily reasons to go short. And actually, we already had that already happened right here. If you look at the quasi formation, that's the quasi right there, left shoulder to the head, neckline being broken. It didn't reach the first time around the entry order block on that quasi. It continued to go lower, but then it came back to this entry order block right there for its continuation, right? So basically the pattern is this. Let me mark that right here. Established uptrend, break of that structure, and it goes back to where? Where does it go back? To one of these two entry order blocks right there, and it moves. And this pattern is completed when we revisit this low. Okay, so on the daily time frame, we have reasons to believe that price is likely to be going lower, or at least it's going to reach this area before breaking that structure. That's what it tells you. It doesn't tell you if next candle is going to be bearish or bullish. Anything can happen in between, right? This can happen in between, but as long as it takes a TP, this level before it breaks the area we bounce from. That's the only thing. So basically on the daily, it looks very beautiful for a continuation to the downside. And one thing that supports that idea as well is that if you look at price action, the last time around we visited that area, there are no fresh order blocks on the same time frame, right? That gives me confidence to expect that there isn't anything at least in this time frame to stop price to continue all the way and at least hitting that TP. That's one thing. So the weekly and the daily tells us that a short is favored in terms of price action. Let's take a look on H4. However, within that bearish expectation, we do have a possible reaction, right? The market can, it doesn't go there in a straight line. It can do all kinds of moves in between, which is perfectly normal, because not all time frame are going to be the same trend. This can happen, for example, perfectly fine as we are going lower on the daily time frame. It will be looking at the same, just another bullish candle or two in its way lower. And if we look at the H4, weekly, daily are bearish, but the H4 we have a nice quasi here, which is this area. I will make it visible for you guys, which is right here. That's the established downtrend, right? It gets broken here on last week Wednesday, goes to the daily entry order block on that quasi, and is now revisiting actually the two entry order block on that quasi that are left. You have three, but the first one is no longer relevant because it already touched the second one, right? Second and the third one. So I'm looking for a possible pop here, but to be fair, it is against the daily direction. So you have to be careful not to hold this position for too long, expecting this to go all the way high here. Although that's the completion of the quasi on the, so it's a valid target to have, but you don't have to forget that the daily is still bearish, right? So you don't want to be holding that position too long. So if anything, I would just take it for the next structure, which would be this. That would be the H4 order block that has been left behind, the last one, right? So that would be the area that if I get a trade, that would be my target to be area to be targeting. So we have one entry, so we have a reason to go long here and there, but obviously that's not relevant. This one is no longer, even though it's still valid, it's not the structure you want to be using, right? So you want to be, let's focus on this one. So my way of trading obviously is using alignment. So I'm going to be looking for the lower alignment. We're running out of time. So I'm going to be looking at the price action right here as we are visiting this order block, this entry order block, to see if there are reasons, H2 reason, H1 reason to go long. H2, not there yet. I don't see anything here. I don't know if you can see it, but I don't see anything. And we had the possibility to create the first engulfing, right? That could be a reason for us to consider to conclude that we have that the buyers are coming in. But look at that. There was a chance to create a bullish engulfing, but the buyers failed at creating one. Yes, we have a push higher here, but they didn't create it within those two order blocks and those two candles, meaning, it's not very convincing. You can have a pop, but you would want to see the buyers really winning at least a little battle there, and they didn't. So yes, we are getting in an area that is good for checking probabilities for a reversal, but we're not seeing buyers still there. Might happen maybe later on today, or maybe even tomorrow, and maybe we can take that long, but currently it's not happening. And as long as that's not happening, I'm going to assume that price eventually will keep on going lower until we either have a reaction, I want to be there, or we break that order block, and we're going to probably go then to the next structure, and we can test and see if that's going to be another possibility long there. And if not, it's just going to go to that daily target on the quasi I just indicated, because that, to me, that's the easy way for EU to go in the coming sessions. We're at the end of our stream.
Yes, we are. Time flies like we're having fun, like you said. Yeah, all right. Good stuff. Good analysis, Victor. And good day for me as well. Honestly, the USD JPY trade was one of the best trades I've taken in a while. But then I'm going through my journal, and I do see that the USD JPY trade was actually the only one that was like a perfect trade, a really good trade. So I still have to go through the trades and think about waiting for the right opportunities. I do think I've overtraded a little bit here today. I've taken a little bit too many trades that I shouldn't have taken. All right, we're going to talk about that more tomorrow. Thank you all for joining here today. Make sure that you hit that like and subscribe. We have a goal of getting to 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So let's hit that subscribe and let's get to that number. Thank you, Victor, and thank you, everyone.
Take care, everyone. Don't miss our stream on Discord in about 42 minutes, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right, take care. Bye.